There are lives that change how we understand reality itself, lives that take the fabric of space and time and reveal it to be stranger and more beautiful than anyone had imagined. Albert Einstein lived such a life. Born in an age when physics seemed nearly complete, when the great laws of nature appeared to be fully known, he saw what others had missed, asked questions that others had not thought to ask, and discovered that the universe was far more mysterious than the orderly clockwork that 19th century science had described. This is the story of a patent clerk who revolutionized physics, of a man who could not find an academic position and yet reimagined the cosmos, of someone who failed at traditional education but became the symbol of genius itself. It is the story of a thinker who worked alone, armed with nothing but thought experiments and mathematics, who showed that time could slow, space could curve, mass and energy were equivalent, and that God, as he famously said, did not play dice with the universe, though later he would have to reconsider even that conviction. The narrative unfolds slowly, from a small city in southern Germany where a child was slow to speak, through schools where he rebelled against authority, into the patent office in Bern, where he examined inventions while constructing theories that would reshape human understanding through decades of fame and exile, of scientific triumph and personal failure, to a small house in Princeton, where an old man worked until his final day on equations that might reveal the ultimate nature of reality. There is no hurry in this telling. The ideas remain, patient as the speed of light, waiting to be understood. If you find peace in this story, consider leaving a like on this video, subscribing to the channel, or sharing in the comments where in the world you're listening tonight. Now, to the beginning, to a city in Germany, and a child born into a world that still believed in absolute time and absolute space, certainties that he would spend his life proving to be illusions. Chapter 1. Ulm, 1879. Albert Einstein was born on March 14, 1879 in the city of Ulm in the Kingdom of Württemberg, in what would soon become the German Empire. His father, Hermann Einstein, ran a small electrical engineering business with his brother. His mother, Pauline Koch, came from a family of successful merchants. They were Jewish, though not particularly observant, part of the educated German middle class that had embraced secular culture and German identity. The family lived modestly, Hermann's business providing a comfortable if not wealthy living. Ulm was an old city on the Danube River, its medieval cathedral dominating the skyline. But the Germany into which Albert was born was rapidly modernizing. The unification of Germany under Prussian leadership had been completed only 8 years earlier. The new empire was industrializing, building railways and factories, developing modern armies and bureaucracies, asserting itself as a great power. Science and technology were prized, engineering was prestigious, and education was rigorous and thorough. Albert's birth was unremarkable, though his mother was said to have been alarmed by the unusual shape of his head, which was large and angular. Doctors reassured her that the child was healthy, that the shape would normalize. Within weeks it had. But the family would later note that Albert was slow to develop in other ways, particularly in speech. Most children begin speaking simple words by their first birthday. Albert did not. He remained silent well past the age when parents expect to hear their child's voice. This worried Pauline. She consulted doctors, sought reassurance from family. Was the child backward? Was something wrong with his development? Hermann was less concerned, more patient, willing to wait. But the silence continued. Albert did not babble, did not attempt words, seemed content in his own world, observing but not communicating. When Albert finally did begin to speak, at around age 3 or perhaps later, he did so in complete sentences. He had been forming words internally, assembling them into coherent expressions before attempting to speak aloud. He would continue this habit for years, whispering sentences to himself, testing them before speaking them to others. His parents and his younger sister Maya, born 2 years after Albert, learned to recognize the soft murmur that preceded his pronouncements. The family moved to Munich when Albert was still an infant. Hermann and his brother Jakob had decided to expand their electrical business, and Munich, the capital of Bavaria, offered better opportunities. They opened a factory that produced dynamos and electrical equipment, riding the wave of electrification that was transforming European cities. For a time, the business prospered. The Einsteins lived in a pleasant house with a garden, employed servants, participated in Munich's cultural life. Albert's early childhood was quiet, marked by long periods of solitary play. He was not particularly sociable, did not seek out other children, preferred to build elaborate structures with wooden blocks or play with mechanical toys. He was fascinated by how things worked, would take apart toys to examine their mechanisms, would sit for hours watching the movement of a compass needle his father had given him. The needle's behavior mystified him. What invisible force moved it? Why did it always point in the same direction? The question lingered, unanswered but compelling. He began violin lessons at age 6 at his mother's insistence. Pauline loved music, played piano well, and wanted her son to be cultured, to have accomplishments beyond mere intellect. Albert resisted at first. The structured lessons, the rigid instruction, the insistence on technique before expression frustrated him. But gradually he discovered something in music that resonated with his temperament. Music had structure, patterns, harmonies that obeyed mathematical relationships. Music made sense in a way that social interactions did not. He would play violin for the rest of his life, finding in music a solace and a complement to his scientific work. Mozart was his favourite composer, the clarity and elegance of Mozart's compositions appealing to the same aesthetic sense that would guide his physics. He was not a virtuoso. His technique was imperfect, but he played with feeling, with an understanding of the emotional content behind the notes. School began at age 6, at the Catholic elementary school near his home. Though the family was Jewish, the local Jewish community was small and did not have its own school. Albert attended the Catholic school with few Jewish classmates, received religious instruction in Judaism separately, and navigated the social world of a Catholic institution as an outsider. He did not mind. He was already accustomed to being separate, to existing in his own space rather than fully participating in the world around him. His academic performance was uneven. He was bored by rote memorization, by the endless drilling in grammar and dates and facts that characterized German education. He resented the authoritarian methods, the harsh discipline, the expectation of unquestioning obedience to teachers, but in subjects that interested him, mathematics, eventually science, he excelled, often working ahead of the curriculum, teaching himself from books he found at home or borrowed from Uncle Jacob. Uncle Jacob was important in Albert's early intellectual development. An engineer, Jacob understood mathematics and physics, could answer Albert's questions or guide him toward answers. He introduced Albert to algebra, to geometry, to the idea that the world could be described in mathematical language. He posed puzzles and problems, encouraged Albert to think, to reason, to find solutions independently. These conversations were Albert's real education, more valuable than anything he learned in school. At age 12, Albert received a book on Euclidean geometry. He devoured it, working through the proofs with intense concentration. The logical structure of geometry, the way that complex truths could be derived from simple axioms, captivated him. Here was certainty, clarity, beauty. Geometry did not require memorization, it required understanding, and once you understood the principles, the proofs unfolded inevitably, each step following from the last. He later called this book the Holy Geometry Book, a text that shaped his understanding of what knowledge could be. But the family's financial situation was deteriorating. Hermann's electrical business faced increasing competition from larger firms. Orders declined, debts accumulated, the future grew uncertain. The carefree prosperity of Albert's early childhood was ending. Soon decisions would have to be made, moves contemplated, the comfortable patterns of Munich life disrupted, and Albert, now entering adolescence, would have to navigate changes he had not chosen, in a world that seemed increasingly chaotic and demanding. The child who'd been slow to speak was becoming a young man with questions that no one around him could answer. The compass needle had pointed him toward a mystery, and he was beginning to understand that the visible world concealed invisible laws, that reality was not what it seemed, that understanding required looking beneath surfaces. These intuitions, vague and unformed, were the beginning of something that would consume his life, the search for the fundamental principles that govern the universe, the quest to understand nature at its deepest level. Chapter 2. The Slow Child. Albert Einstein's slowness to speak was the first indication that he did not develop according to conventional patterns. While other children babbled and experimented with sounds, Albert remained silent, observing, absorbing, processing internally. His parents consulted family, sought opinions from doctors, wondered if their son was slow-minded, if there was some developmental problem that would limit his future. But Albert was not slow-minded. He was thinking, forming complete thoughts, constructing sentences before attempting to speak them aloud. When he finally did speak, usually around age 3 or perhaps later, the exact timing is uncertain, obscured by family recollection and later embellishment. He did so in complete sentences, not in the fragments typical of toddlers. His parents were relieved but also puzzled. Why had he waited? What had been happening in that silent, observant mind? The habit of internal rehearsal persisted. Throughout his childhood, Albert would whisper sentences to himself before speaking them to others, testing the words, ensuring they captured what he meant to say. His parents and sister learned to recognize this habit, to wait for the murmur before the statement. To strangers, the behavior seemed odd, another marker of the child's strangeness. Albert was not sociable. He did not seek out playmates, did not join in group games, preferred solitary activities. When other children played together in the streets or gardens of Munich, Albert remained inside or in the family's garden, building structures with blocks, arranging patterns, creating elaborate constructions that required patience and precision. He was meticulous, became frustrated when structures collapsed or when pieces did not fit as he intended. He would start over, refine his approach, persist until the construction matched his vision. This solitary nature troubled his parents. They worried that Albert was too isolated, that he was not learning the social skills necessary for success in life. Pauline tried to encourage friendships, invited children to the house, arranged playdates. Albert tolerated these intrusions but did not enjoy them. He found other children's games arbitrary, their rules pointless, their interests incomprehensible. He could not understand why running and shouting and competing mattered. He preferred his blocks, his puzzles, the quiet space where he could think. His sister Maya, born in November 1881, became his closest companion. The age difference, just over 2 years, was small enough for genuine companionship. Maya adored her older brother, followed him around, tried to participate in his activities. Albert was protective of her, kinder to Maya than he was to anyone else. They developed their own world, their own games, their own patterns of interaction that excluded outsiders. Maya later recalled that Albert had told her, when she was born, that he had been promised a toy. He was disappointed to find that his new sister could not be played with like his other toys, that she cried and needed constant attention. But he adjusted, and Maya became more than a playmate. She became a confidant, someone who understood him in ways that others did not. Their relationship would remain close throughout their lives. The compass episode, which occurred when Albert was around 5 years old, became part of Einstein legend, the moment when the child's curiosity about nature was first awakened. Hermann Einstein, wanting to distract his bedridden son during an illness, gave him a magnetic compass. Albert was transfixed. He watched the needle swing and settle, always pointing north, and was bewildered. What made it move? There was no visible connection, no thread or wire. Yet the needle knew which way to point. Something invisible was acting on it, some force that permeated space and guided the needle. The mystery captivated him. He later said that this experience produced a profound impression, that it suggested to him that there were hidden realities beneath the surface of things, that the world was not merely what it appeared to be. The compass needle obeyed laws that were not obvious, that required explanation. And if the compass obeyed hidden laws, what else did? What other secrets did nature conceal? The questions did not have answers yet, but they had been asked and they would persist. At school, Albert was a problem student, though not in the ways schools usually found problematic. He did not misbehave in obvious ways. He was not violent or disruptive or disrespectful in manner. But he was stubborn, unwilling to accept authority unquestioningly, resistant to rote learning. German schools in the 1880s were authoritarian institutions, emphasizing discipline, obedience, memorization. Teachers expected students to absorb information passively, to recite what they had been taught without questioning or interpreting. Albert could not learn this way. Memorization bored him. He could not see the point of learning facts without understanding their meaning or their connections. History presented as a series of dates and battles meant nothing to him. Grammar taught as rules to be memorized rather than principles to be understood seemed arbitrary. He wanted to know why things were as they were, not merely that they were. His resistance frustrated his teachers. They saw a student who was capable but uncooperative, intelligent but arrogant, someone who thought he knew better than his instructors. They criticized his attitude, complained to his parents, predicted that he would not amount to anything. One teacher famously told Hermann Einstein that Albert would never make a success of anything, that his attitude and his refusal to conform made him unsuitable for any profession. But in mathematics, Albert found something different. Mathematics had logic, structure, beauty. Mathematical truths were not arbitrary. They followed from axioms, unfolded through reasoning, revealed relationships that were eternal and universal. A theorem proved in ancient Greece was still true in 19th century Munich. Mathematical knowledge was certain, reliable, independent of human whim or cultural preference. Uncle Jacob recognized Albert's mathematical talent and nurtured it. He gave Albert problems to solve, introduced him to algebraic equations, challenged him to think through mathematical puzzles. Albert thrived on these challenges, often solving problems in ways that Uncle Jacob had not anticipated, finding shortcuts or alternative approaches that demonstrated an intuitive grasp of mathematical relationships. At age 12, Albert taught himself Euclidean geometry from a textbook, working through the proofs systematically, delighting in the elegance of the deductions. He later said that the clarity and certainty of geometric proof made a deep impression on him, that it showed him what genuine knowledge looked like, conclusions that followed inevitably from premises, truths that could not be doubted because they were logically necessary. But geometry also planted a seed of doubt. Euclid's axioms were presented as self-evident truths, obvious and unchallengeable. But were they? Could one imagine a geometry where different axioms held? where parallel lines could meet or where the angles of a triangle did not sum to 180 degrees. The question was abstract, playful, not something Albert pursued seriously at the time, but it lingered, a small crack in the edifice of certainty, a hint that even in mathematics, the most certain of all knowledge, there might be alternatives to what seemed self-evident. Albert's religious education added another layer to his intellectual development. Though his family was not observant, he received instruction in Judaism as required by German law. For a brief period around age 11 or 12, he became intensely religious, embracing Jewish practices, refusing to eat pork, composing hymns in praise of God. The religiosity was personal, not imposed by his family, and it was short-lived. It ended when Albert began reading popular science books, texts that explain the natural world in terms of physical laws rather than divine intervention. The books described the solar system, the nature of light, the principles of mechanics, all explained through mathematics and observation, without reference to God. Albert was struck by the contrast between religious explanations and scientific explanations, between faith and reason, between revelation and evidence. He concluded that religious teachings were false, that he had been deceived, that the stories he'd been taught were myths designed to control and comfort, rather than truths that described reality. The realization was bitter. He felt betrayed by the adults who had taught him these things, by the institutions that perpetuated what he now saw as lies. He developed a lasting suspicion of authority, a refusal to accept claims without evidence, a commitment to questioning everything, but he did not become an atheist in the conventional sense. He retained a sense of wonder at the universe, a conviction that there was something profound and mysterious about existence, that the order and beauty of natural laws pointed to something beyond mere mechanism. He would later speak of God, though his God was not the personal deity of traditional religion, but rather the impersonal intelligence that established the laws of nature, the cosmic reason that made the universe comprehensible. By his early teens, Albert was intellectually isolated, unable to connect with peers, frustrated by school, finding solace only in mathematics, music, and the rare conversations with adults who could engage his interests. He was not unhappy exactly, but he was alone, aware that he saw the world differently than others did, unable to explain or share his inner life. The slow child was becoming a thoughtful young man, someone whose mind worked in ways that did not fit the patterns expected by society, education, or family. Chapter 3. Munich and Rebellion. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, where Albert Einstein enrolled at age 9, was a prestigious institution, a secondary school that prepared students for university and professional life. The curriculum was rigorous, classical, emphasizing languages, Latin and Greek, along with mathematics, science, history, and literature. The pedagogy was authoritarian. Teachers lectured, students listened, obedience was expected, questioning was discouraged. The system produced well-educated young men who knew how to follow orders and respect hierarchy. Albert hated it. The gymnasium's methods conflicted with everything about how his mind worked. He could not memorize without understanding. He could not respect authority that seemed arbitrary. He could not suppress his questions or pretend to certainty where he felt doubt. The teachers found him insolent, difficult, disrespectful. He found them narrow, dogmatic, concerned more with obedience than with truth. The language instruction was particularly torturous. Albert had no facility for languages, no interest in Latin and Greek, could not see the value in spending hours conjugating verbs and declining nouns. The classical texts they read seemed remote, irrelevant to the modern world he inhabited. He learned enough to pass examinations but retained little, promptly forgetting what he had memorized as soon as the test was over. Mathematics and science were different. Here he excelled, often working far ahead of the curriculum, teaching himself from advanced textbooks, solving problems that other students found impossible. But even in these subjects, he clashed with teachers. He would question methods, propose alternative approaches, argue when he thought the textbook or the teacher was wrong. This was not appreciated. German pedagogy did not value independence or creativity. It valued mastery of established knowledge, demonstrated through correct answers on examinations. Albert's defiance was not overtly rebellious. He did not shout or storm out of classes or vandalize property. His rebellion was quieter, more insidious, a refusal to pretend respect he did not feel, a willingness to argue with teachers, a tendency to work on his own mathematical explorations during class instead of paying attention to the lesson. Teachers complained that he was disruptive, that his attitude undermined their authority, that his presence in the classroom made other students less obedient. Outside of school, Albert found some intellectual stimulation. A family friend, Max Talmud, a medical student, visited the Einstein home regularly for dinner. Jewish families often hosted less wealthy Jewish students, providing meals and community. Talmud became an important influence on young Albert, lending him books, discussing science and philosophy, engaging the boy in conversations that school never provided. Talmud introduced Albert to popular science books, to philosophical texts, to the broader world of ideas. They discussed Kant's critique of pure reason, though Albert was too young to fully grasp it. They talked about space and time, about causality, about the limits of human knowledge. Talmud treated Albert as an intellectual equal, respected his questions, acknowledged when he did not know answers. These conversations were what education should have been, open-ended explorations of ideas, guided by curiosity rather than curriculum. Albert also read widely on his own. He devoured science books, particularly those explaining physics and astronomy. He taught himself calculus from textbooks, working through problems methodically, delighting in the power of mathematical techniques to solve complex problems. By age 15, he had mastered mathematical material that was typically taught to university students. He was teaching himself, learning faster and more deeply than school was teaching him, but the family's financial situation continued to deteriorate. Hermann Einstein's electrical business could not compete with larger firms. Orders declined, creditors demanded payment, the business faced bankruptcy. In 1894, when Albert was 15, Hermann and Jakob made the difficult decision to close the Munich factory and move to Italy, where they hoped to establish a new business with better prospects. The family, Hermann, Pauline and Maya, would move to Milan. Albert would stay behind in Munich. He was still enrolled in the gymnasium, was expected to complete his education, earn his diploma. His parents arranged for him to board with a distant relative. He would finish his final 3 years at the gymnasium, then attend university. That was the plan. Albert was devastated by the family's departure. He was 15 years old, isolated in a school he hated, living with strangers, separated from everyone he cared about. The loneliness was overwhelming. Munich, never a place where he had felt at home, became intolerable without his family. The thought of 3 more years at the gymnasium, 3 more years of authoritarian teachers and pointless memorization was unbearable. He decided to leave. He would not finish the gymnasium, would not earn the diploma, would abandon the conventional path his parents had planned for him. He would go to Italy, join his family, find another way forward. The decision was impulsive, defiant, risky. Without a diploma, his prospects would be limited. But staying in Munich seemed impossible. He obtained a letter from a doctor certifying that he was suffering from nervous exhaustion, that he needed to leave school for health reasons. Whether the exhaustion was real or manufactured is unclear. Probably some combination of both. He was genuinely miserable, genuinely unable to cope with the demands being placed on him. But he was also manipulating the situation, using the doctor's letter to justify a decision he had already made. He also persuaded a mathematics teacher to write him a letter testifying to his advanced knowledge of mathematics, to his mastery of calculus and other subjects beyond the gymnasium curriculum. The letter might help him gain admission to a university later, might serve as evidence that he was not simply a dropout, but someone with genuine intellectual accomplishments. Armed with these letters, Albert left Munich in December 1894, without telling his parents in advance. He simply left, travelled to Milan, appeared at his family's door. Hermann and Pauline were shocked, angry, deeply worried about their son's future. What would he do without a diploma? How would he support himself? What kind of career could he pursue? Albert tried to reassure them. He would study on his own, would take the entrance examination for the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, would gain admission based on his knowledge rather than his credentials. The Polytechnic, unlike German universities, did not require a gymnasium diploma if a student could pass the entrance exam. He would prove himself through the examination, would show that he knew more than the diploma holders who had spent 6 years memorizing. His parents were skeptical, but had no leverage. Albert was in Italy, had already left the gymnasium, had made his choice. They could not force him to return to Munich. They reluctantly agreed to let him try, to give him a year to prepare for the Polytechnic exam. If he failed, he would have to find work, would have to accept that his rebellion had consequences. The year in Italy was the happiest of Albert's youth. He lived with his family, explored the Italian countryside, visited art galleries and museums, experienced a freedom he had never known. The Italian culture, less rigid and authoritarian than the German, suited him. People seemed more relaxed, more willing to enjoy life, less obsessed with hierarchy and rules. He learned some Italian, enough to get by, enough to appreciate the language's musical quality. He also studied preparing for the Polytechnic examination. He reviewed physics and mathematics, worked through textbooks, solved problems. But he also had time to think, to wander, to let his mind explore questions without the pressure of examinations or the constraints of curriculum. He thought about light, about how it propagated through space, about what it would be like to ride alongside a light beam. He thought about time, about simultaneity, about whether events that seemed simultaneous to one observer might not be simultaneous to another. These were not yet rigorous scientific questions, just daydreams, thought experiments, playful explorations of possibilities. In October 1895, Albert travelled to Zurich to take the entrance examination for the Swiss Federal Polytechnic. He was 16 years old, younger than most applicants, confident in his mathematical and scientific knowledge, less prepared in other subjects. The examination covered languages, literature, history, biology, chemistry, subjects Albert had neglected. He performed brilliantly in mathematics and physics, poorly in everything else. He failed the examination. The overall score was below the threshold for admission. Albert was disappointed but not crushed. The head of the Polytechnic, impressed by Albert's performance in mathematics and physics, suggested that he spend a year at a Swiss secondary school to fill in the gaps in his knowledge, then reapply. He recommended the cantonal school in Aarau, a small town near Zurich, known for its progressive pedagogy and humane atmosphere. Albert agreed. He would spend a year at Aarau, would broaden his knowledge, would prepare properly for the examination. It was a setback, but it was also an opportunity. Aarau would prove to be more than a preparatory stop. It would be the place where Albert finally found an educational environment that suited him, where he began to glimpse the kind of thinker he might become. Chapter 4. Aarau and Freedom. The cantonal school in Aarau was unlike any institution Albert Einstein had attended. Located in a quiet Swiss town on the Aar River, the school was progressive, democratic, oriented toward developing students' abilities rather than enforcing obedience. Teachers encouraged questions, valued independent thinking, treated students as young adults rather than children to be disciplined. The atmosphere was relaxed, humane, respectful. Albert thrived immediately. For the first time in his educational life, he was in an environment that matched his temperament. He could ask questions without being rebuked. He could pursue topics that interested him without being forced back to the curriculum. He could think aloud, debate with teachers, explore ideas collaboratively rather than receiving them passively. He boarded with one of the teachers, Jost Winterler, and his family. The Winterlers welcomed Albert warmly, treated him as part of the family, provided the domestic stability and affection he craved. Jost Winterler was a kind, liberal, intellectually curious man who delighted in conversation and debate. His wife, Pauline Winterler, was warm and maternal. Their children, close to Albert's age, became his friends and companions. Albert fell in love with Marie Winterler, one of the daughters. It was a gentle, youthful romance. Walks in the countryside, long conversations, shared affection. Marie was intelligent, kind, supportive. She admired Albert, believed in his potential, encouraged his ambitions. For Albert, the relationship was revelatory. He'd never been close to anyone outside his family, had never experienced romantic love. The connection with Marie opened something in him, made him feel less alone. The year at Aarau was academically productive. Albert filled in the gaps in his knowledge, languages, literature, history. He learned enough to pass the subjects he had previously neglected, though he never developed genuine interest in them. But the real value of Aarau was less about specific content than about intellectual awakening. The school's pedagogy, based on the ideas of the Swiss educational reformer Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi, emphasized visual thinking, hands-on learning, conceptual understanding over rote memorization. This approach resonated with Albert's natural way of thinking. He thought in images, in thought experiments, in visual representations of physical situations. The ability to imagine a scenario, to picture what would happen if one rode alongside a light beam, for instance, was more natural to him than manipulating equations. The equations would come later, as tools to express insights gained through visualization. But the insights themselves arose from imagination. At Aarau, Albert also encountered physics taught with attention to concepts and principles rather than mere problem-solving. His physics teacher, August Tuchschmid, was competent and encouraging, though not brilliant. But he provided Albert with access to laboratory equipment, allowed him to explore, to conduct experiments, to see physics as an empirical science grounded in observation rather than merely a set of mathematical techniques. Albert wrote his first scientific essay during this year, a short piece on the investigation of the state of ether in magnetic fields. The essay was speculative, naive, full of errors, but it showed Albert attempting to think like a physicist, to frame questions, to propose investigations. The ether, the hypothetical medium through which light waves were supposed to propagate, was a central mystery of late 19th century physics. Albert was already wondering about it, already sensing that something was wrong with the accepted understanding. In September 1896, Albert took the entrance examination for the Swiss Federal Polytechnic again. This time he passed easily, scoring well in all subjects. He was admitted to the Polytechnic's teacher training program in mathematics and physics, a 4-year course that would qualify him to teach in secondary schools. He was 17 years old, younger than most of his classmates, but academically prepared and intellectually confident. Before leaving Aarau, Albert took one more significant step. He formally renounced his German citizenship. He had no love for Germany, no attachment to the authoritarian culture and militaristic society from which he had fled. He did not want to be subject to German military conscription, did not want any ties to the country that represented everything he rejected. The renunciation left him stateless, without any nationality, a condition he would endure for several years until he could obtain Swiss citizenship. The decision to become stateless was unusual, risky. Stateless individuals had limited rights, faced restrictions on travel and residence, had difficulty finding employment. But Albert preferred the uncertainty of statelessness to the burden of German citizenship. He wanted to be free of national obligations, to be a citizen of the world rather than of any particular nation. The stance was idealistic, impractical, characteristic of his lifelong discomfort with political authority. He said goodbye to the Winterler family, to Marie, to Aarau. The parting was difficult. He promised to write, to maintain the relationship, to return when he could. But he was moving forward, entering the next phase of his life, and the intensity of his feelings for Marie was already diminishing. He cared for her, but his attention was turning toward the future, toward the studies that awaited him in Zurich, toward the questions that obsessed him. The year in Aarau had been transformative. Albert had found an educational environment where he could flourish, had experienced love and acceptance, had begun to develop confidence in his own intellectual abilities. He had also begun to think seriously about physics, to formulate questions about light and motion, about space and time, about the foundations of the science he was about to study formally. He arrived in Zurich in October 1896, enrolled at the Polytechnic, ready to immerse himself in advanced mathematics and physics. He expected to find teachers who would guide him, inspire him, help him develop his ideas. He would be disappointed. The Polytechnic, though respected, was not at the forefront of physics research. The teaching was competent but conventional. Albert would spend the next 4 years learning established knowledge, passing examinations, acquiring credentials. But the real education, the insights that would revolutionize physics, would come from his own reading, his own thinking, his own stubborn refusal to accept what he was taught without questioning whether it was truly correct. Chapter 5. Zurich and Mileva. The Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich occupied a grand building overlooking the city, its architecture expressing confidence in science and progress. The institution trained engineers, architects, mathematicians, and scientists for the growing industrial economy of Switzerland and beyond. The faculty were competent professionals, the curriculum rigorous and practical. Albert Einstein enrolled in the teacher training program in mathematics and physics, a 4-year course designed to produce secondary school teachers. Albert quickly discovered that the Polytechnic was not the intellectual paradise he had hoped for. The teaching was formal, traditional, focused on established knowledge rather than on current research. The physics courses covered classical mechanics, thermodynamics, electricity and magnetism, the great accomplishments of 19th century physics taught as settled science. There was little attention to the puzzles and anomalies that were beginning to trouble physicists, little sense that the foundations of the field might need reconsideration. Albert attended lectures irregularly. He found most of them boring, repetitive of material he could read more efficiently in textbooks. He preferred to study independently, reading papers by the leading physicists of the day, Heinrich Hertz, Ludwig Boltzmann, James Clerk Maxwell. He spent hours in his rented room, working through theoretical papers, teaching himself what the lectures did not provide. He was searching for the cutting edge of physics, for the problems that had not yet been solved. This approach did not endear him to his professors. Albert's attendance was poor, his attitude cavalier. He skipped classes, did not complete all assignments, challenged professors when he disagreed with their presentations. One professor, Heinrich Weber, who taught physics, initially appreciated Albert's talent but grew frustrated with his insubordination. Weber complained that Albert was gifted but arrogant, that he did not listen, that he thought he knew better than his teachers. The criticism was accurate. Albert did think he knew better, at least about some things. And sometimes he was right. But Albert's independence came with costs. He alienated professors who might have supported him, who might have recommended him for positions, who might have helped launch his career. He acquired a reputation as difficult, unreliable, too independent to be a good employee or colleague. These judgments would haunt him after graduation, when he needed recommendations and positions and could not find them. At the Polytechnic, Albert met Mileva Maric, the only woman in his class. Mileva was from Serbia, from a prosperous family that had supported her unusual ambition to study physics. She was 4 years older than Albert, serious, intense, intellectually capable. Women were rare in science, faced skepticism and discrimination, had to prove themselves repeatedly in ways male students did not. Mileva had overcome these obstacles to reach the Polytechnic, one of the few institutions willing to admit women to scientific programs. Albert and Mileva became friends, then something more. They studied together, discussed physics and philosophy, shared their ambitions and frustrations. Mileva understood Albert in ways that few people did. She shared his passion for physics, could follow his arguments, could engage with his ideas. She was supportive, encouraging, devoted. Albert, who had struggled to connect with people, found in Mileva someone he could talk to, someone who did not find him strange or difficult. The relationship deepened over their years at the Polytechnic. They fell in love, though the romance was complicated, uneven. Albert was not naturally affectionate, not emotionally expressive. He could be cold, absorbed in his work, indifferent to Mileva's emotional needs, but he valued her intellectually, relied on her support, shared with her his dreams of scientific discovery. Mileva adored him, believed in his genius, was willing to subordinate her own ambitions to support his. Their relationship was kept quiet. Albert's family, particularly his mother Pauline, disapproved. Mileva was older, Serbian, not Jewish, not from a family the Einsteins considered appropriate. Pauline was convinced that Mileva would ruin Albert's life, would distract him from his work, would drag him down. She expressed these views loudly, hurtfully whenever the subject arose. Albert resented his mother's interference but did not openly defy her. He maintained the relationship but did not announce it, did not formalize it, kept it ambiguous. Albert's family was still in Italy, struggling financially. Hermann Einstein's business ventures continued to fail. He moved from Milan to other Italian cities, always hoping the next venture would succeed, always disappointed. The family's financial difficulties weighed on Albert, who felt guilty that he could not help, that he was consuming resources to pay for his education while contributing nothing. His parents sent money when they could, but it was never enough. Albert lived frugally, skipped meals, wore the same shabby clothes. Despite these difficulties, the Zurich years were intellectually fertile. Albert read widely, far beyond the Polytechnic curriculum. He studied Maxwell's equations, the mathematical framework that described electricity, magnetism, and light. Maxwell had shown that light was an electromagnetic wave, that it propagated through space at a speed determined by electrical and magnetic constants. This was one of the great triumphs of 19th century physics, the unification of optics with electromagnetism. But Maxwell's theory raised questions. Light was a wave, but waves required a medium. Water waves travelled through water, sound waves through air. What medium carried light waves? The ether was the answer provided by 19th century physics, a substance that filled all of space, that allowed light to propagate. but no one had detected the ether directly. No experiment had revealed its properties. Its existence was inferred, assumed, necessary for the wave theory of light to make sense. Albert was troubled by the ether. It seemed ad hoc, invented to solve a problem rather than discovered through observation. And if the ether existed, it should be detectable. The Earth moved through space, orbiting the Sun. If space was filled with ether, the Earth's motion should create an ether wind, detectable through experiments. But experiments, particularly the famous Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, had failed to detect any ether wind. The speed of light seemed to be the same in all directions, regardless of the Earth's motion. This was inexplicable if light travelled through an ether. Albert thought about these problems constantly. He conducted thought experiments, imagining what it would be like to travel at different speeds, to observe light from different perspectives. What would you see if you rode alongside a light beam travelling at the speed of light? According to classical physics, you should see a stationary electromagnetic wave frozen in space. But Maxwell's equations did not allow for stationary electromagnetic waves. The mathematics required that light always propagate at a fixed speed. Something was wrong, some assumption was incorrect. But what? In the summer of 1900, Albert took his final examinations at the Polytechnic. He passed, though not brilliantly. His grades were good, but not outstanding, reflecting his uneven engagement with the coursework. Mileva failed her examinations, unable to pass the mathematics portion. She would retake the exam the following year, but she would fail again. The failure was devastating for her, the end of her dream of becoming a physicist. Albert tried to console her, but his attention was already moving forward toward the problem of finding employment, of beginning a career. He applied for positions as a university assistant, the first step on an academic career path. These positions were poorly paid but provided an entry into the academic world, opportunities to conduct research, possibilities for advancement. Albert applied to several professors, including his own former teachers at the Polytechnic. He was rejected by everyone. No one would employ him. His poor attendance, his reputation for insubordination, his lack of strong recommendations, all worked against him. He had graduated, but he had no position, no prospects, no clear path forward. The years at Zurich had given Albert a deep education in physics, though much of it was self-taught. He had found love, though complicated and troubled. He had earned his diploma, the credential that was supposed to open doors, but the doors remained closed. He was 21 years old, unemployed, dependent on his struggling family for support, uncertain about his future. The brilliant student who had taught himself advanced physics could not find work. The comfortable career he had been trained for seemed out of reach. Chapter 6. The Wilderness Years. The 2 years following Albert Einstein's graduation from the Polytechnic were the most difficult of his life. He was unemployed, nearly destitute, unable to find the academic position he'd expected. He had a diploma, demonstrable talent in physics and mathematics, and letters of recommendation that, while not glowing, were adequate. But doors remained closed. Universities did not want him. Professors did not respond to his applications or responded with polite rejections. The problem was partly his own doing. Albert had alienated his professors at the Polytechnic through his irregular attendance and his challenging attitude. Heinrich Weber, the physics professor who should have been his strongest supporter, refused to recommend him. Other faculty were lukewarm. Without enthusiastic backing from established academics, Albert had no way into the academic world. The system valued conformity, reliability, deference to authority. Albert had demonstrated none of these qualities. He took temporary teaching positions, filling in at schools when permanent teachers were unavailable. The work was sporadic, poorly paid, unsatisfying. He taught mathematics to bored adolescents who had no interest in the subject. Enforced discipline he did not believe in, prepared lessons on material he found trivial. He was competent but unenthusiastic, counting the hours until he could return to his own studies, his own questions. He lived in cheap rented rooms, ate irregularly, saved every franc. His family could provide minimal support. Hermann's businesses continued to fail. The family's financial situation remained precarious. Albert felt guilty about being a burden, about consuming resources while producing nothing. He contemplated abandoning physics, finding work in business or engineering, accepting that academic dreams were unrealistic. Mileva remained his closest companion, though the relationship was strained. She had failed her examinations twice, ending any possibility of an academic career in physics. She returned to her family in Serbia, then came back to Switzerland, hoping to stay close to Albert. But her presence was complicated. Albert's mother continued to oppose the relationship, to pressure Albert to break it off. Albert resisted but also wavered, uncertain whether marriage was wise, whether he could support a wife, whether Mileva's devotion was enough to overcome his mother's objections. In 1901, Mileva discovered she was pregnant. The pregnancy was unplanned, unwelcome, socially catastrophic. Unmarried mothers faced ostracism. Children born out of wedlock carried stigma. Albert and Mileva were not financially stable, were not married, had no clear future. The pregnancy was a disaster that compounded their difficulties. Mileva returned to her family in Serbia to have the baby, away from the judgment of Swiss society and from Albert's family. In January 1902 she gave birth to a daughter, whom they called Liesel. The baby's existence was kept secret. Albert never saw his daughter, never held her, never acknowledged her publicly. What happened to Liesel remains uncertain. She may have been given up for adoption, may have died in infancy. The historical record is silent, the evidence fragmentary. Albert's letters from this period mention Liesel briefly, asking about her health, expressing concern about arrangements. But there is no emotion in these references, no sense of attachment or grief. Albert seemed to regard the situation as a problem to be managed, an obstacle to be overcome, rather than as a relationship with his own child. Mileva grieved, suffered, carried the burden alone. Albert moved forward, focused on his own survival and career. In June 1902, Albert finally found stable employment. Through a friend, he was introduced to Friedrich Haller, the director of the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. The office needed examiners to evaluate patent applications, to determine whether inventions were novel and practical. The position required technical knowledge, attention to detail, the ability to read complex technical descriptions and assess their validity. Albert was qualified, and Haller, impressed by his intelligence and his technical competence, hired him. The position was officially titled Technical Expert Third Class. The pay was modest but adequate, sufficient for Albert to support himself, to rent a small apartment, to live independently. The work was regular, 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, reviewing patent applications and writing reports. It was not the academic career Albert had hoped for, not the life of research and teaching he had trained for, but it was employment, stability, a foothold in the adult world. Albert moved to Bern, Switzerland's capital, a medieval city of arcaded streets and administrative buildings. He rented an apartment near the patent office, furnished it simply, established routines. He worked during the day, examining patent applications for devices ranging from clocks to electrical generators. The work was not difficult for him. He could assess a device quickly, determine whether it was genuinely new or merely a variation of existing technology, write clear reports explaining his judgment. But the Patent Office job had an unexpected benefit. It left his mind free. Unlike academic positions, which would have required him to assist with experiments, attend seminars, fulfill teaching duties, the Patent Office simply required him to do his work competently during office hours. Once the workday ended, his time was his own. He could think about physics, could read scientific papers, could pursue his own questions without interference or obligations. Albert thrived in this arrangement. He worked efficiently at the Patent Office, completing his assigned cases, then devoted evenings and weekends to physics. He read voraciously, studied the latest papers, thought deeply about the problems that troubled him. He had no laboratory, no research budget, no colleagues to discuss ideas with. He had only his mind, paper and pencils, but that was enough. In January 1903, Albert married Mileva. The wedding was small, attended only by a few friends. Albert's parents were not invited, had not given their blessing, had made clear their opposition. Hermann was seriously ill, dying. Albert visited him shortly before the wedding, hoping for reconciliation, for his father's approval. Hermann, from his deathbed, finally consented to the marriage, too weak to maintain his objections. He died shortly afterward. Albert married without joy, burdened by family conflict, by financial worries, by the complications of Liesel's existence. Mileva moved to Bern, joining Albert in the small apartment. They tried to build a life together. Mileva kept house, cooked, managed the household. She hoped to collaborate with Albert on physics, to return to the work she'd abandoned. But Albert increasingly shut her out, worked alone, did not share his thoughts. She felt excluded, diminished, transformed from intellectual companion to domestic servant. The marriage was not happy, but it was stable, functional. They coexisted. In May 1904, Mileva gave birth to a son, Hans Albert. The baby was healthy, a source of joy. Albert was attentive, affectionate with the infant, more emotionally present than he had been with Liesel. Hans Albert's arrival brought some happiness to the household, some sense of normalcy. They were a family, however unconventional, however troubled. Albert continued his work at the Patent Office, continued his private studies. He was thinking about light, about motion, about the nature of time. The questions that had troubled him since his polytechnic days were clarifying, becoming precise, demanding answers. He was on the verge of breakthroughs, though he did not yet know it. The wilderness years were ending. The miraculous year was about to begin. Chapter 7. The Patent Office. The Swiss Patent Office occupied a building in the centre of Bern, a few minutes' walk from the medieval clock tower that dominated the city. Albert Einstein walked this route daily, arriving at 8 in the morning, climbing the stairs to his office, beginning the workday that would occupy him until 6 in the evening. The work was methodical, repetitive, sometimes interesting, often tedious. Patent applications arrived constantly, describing inventions that range from ingenious to absurd, improvements to engines, novel electrical devices, modifications to clocks, systems for transmitting signals. Albert's job was to read these applications, assess whether the inventions were truly new, determine whether they would work as claimed, write reports explaining his conclusions. The work required technical knowledge, careful attention to detail, the ability to think through mechanical and electrical systems. Albert was good at it. He could visualize how a device would function, could spot errors in the inventor's reasoning, could identify prior inventions that made a claim invalid. But the work was also mechanical, requiring concentration but not creativity. Albert developed efficiency, could process patent applications quickly, complete his quota of cases with time to spare. And this gave him what he most needed: time to think. The patent office did not demand that he stay busy every moment. As long as his work was completed, as long as his reports were thorough and accurate, no one cared what he did during the intervals between cases. Albert used this time to think about physics. He kept paper in his desk drawer, would pull it out during quiet moments, would sketch diagrams, write equations, work through problems. He called his desk drawer his Department of Theoretical Physics, a joke that contained truth. The patent office provided what universities had not: freedom to pursue his own questions without interference or expectation, without the need to publish or impress colleagues, or conform to research agendas. The work itself also contributed to his thinking. Many patent applications dealt with the synchronization of clocks, with electrical signals transmitted over distances, with systems for coordinating time across separated locations. Switzerland's railway system required synchronized clocks in different stations. Telegraph systems required precise timing. These practical problems involved the same conceptual issues that troubled Einstein. What did it mean for distant events to be simultaneous? How could clocks in different locations be coordinated? What role did signals play in establishing time? Einstein thought about these questions constantly. He walked through Bern, observing the city clocks, imagining what it would mean to synchronize them, to determine that two events in different locations happened at the same time. The concept seemed simple, but became complex upon examination. To know whether two distant events were simultaneous, you had to send a signal from one location to the other, and that signal took time to travel. How did you account for that travel time? What assumptions were you making about the nature of time itself? These were not merely philosophical questions. They had implications for physics, for understanding how the world worked. Light was the fastest signal, travelled at a finite speed, about 300,000 kilometers per second. If you used light signals to synchronize distant clocks, you had to account for the time light took to travel. But how did you know what that time was? You needed synchronized clocks to measure it, but you needed light signals to synchronize the clocks. The reasoning seemed circular, confused. Einstein read extensively during these years. He subscribed to the leading physics journal Annalen der Physik, read every issue as soon as it arrived. He studied papers by the leading physicists Max Planck, Hendrik Lorentz, Henri Poincaré. He learned about recent experimental results, about theoretical puzzles that physicists were struggling to resolve. He was isolated in Bern, far from universities and research centres, but he was intellectually connected, aware of developments, thinking about the same problems as the field's leaders. He also formed a small discussion group with friends in Bern: Maurice Solovine, a philosophy student, and Konrad Habicht, a mathematician. They called themselves the Olympia Academy, a mock-pretentious name for three young men who met in Einstein's apartment to discuss science and philosophy. They read books together, works by Hume, Marc, Poincaré, and debated ideas, argued about causality and space and time, about the nature of scientific knowledge. These discussions were important to Einstein. Solovine and Habicht were not physicists, but they were intelligent, curious, willing to follow arguments wherever they led. Einstein could test ideas on them, could articulate half-formed thoughts, could think aloud in ways he could not do alone. The Olympia Academy was informal, egalitarian, intellectually stimulating. It provided the kind of engagement Einstein had craved at the Polytechnic but had not found there. Mileva was sometimes present at these discussions, though increasingly she was excluded. Einstein was pulling away from her intellectually, no longer sharing his work, no longer treating her as a collaborator. She managed the household, cared for Hans Albert, felt herself becoming invisible in her husband's life. The distance between them grew. They remained married, cohabitated, maintained appearances, but the intimacy, intellectual and emotional, was fading. Einstein's position at the patent office was secure but uninspiring. He had no prospects for advancement, no hope of moving into an academic position, no clear path toward the scientific career he had imagined. He was 25 years old, working in a government office, unknown to the physics community, publishing nothing. To the world he was nobody, a clerk, a man whose life had not fulfilled its early promise. But inside, Einstein was building something. The years of reading, of thinking, of wrestling with problems were accumulating. The questions about light and motion and time were becoming precise, were demanding answers, were forcing Einstein to reconsider assumptions that everyone else took for granted. He was approaching problems with fresh eyes, unburdened by the conventional wisdom that constrained more established physicists. He had no reputation to protect, no career to risk, no need to conform to expectations. He could think freely, radically, dangerously. In the spring of 1905, something shifted. The pieces that had been floating separately in Einstein's mind began to connect, began to form coherent patterns, began to demand articulation. He started writing, pouring out ideas that had been developing for years, working through problems that had obsessed him, producing papers that would, within months, transform physics and establish him as one of the most important scientists of his generation. The miraculous year was beginning. The patent clerk was about to become someone the world would remember. Chapter 8. The miraculous year. The year 1905 is remembered in physics as Einstein's annus mirabilis, his miraculous year. Between March and September, Albert Einstein, working alone in his spare time, produced 4 papers that revolutionized different areas of physics. Each paper would have been sufficient to establish a significant scientific reputation. Together they marked one of the most astonishing bursts of creativity in the history of science. The first paper, submitted in March, addressed a phenomenon called the photoelectric effect. When light shone on certain metals, the metals emitted electrons. This was not surprising. Light carried energy, and that energy could knock electrons loose. But the details were puzzling. The energy of the emitted electrons did not depend on the intensity of the light, as classical physics predicted. Instead, it depended on the light's frequency, its color. Bright red light produced no effect, while dim ultraviolet light did. This made no sense according to the wave theory of light. Einstein proposed a radical solution. Light, he suggested, was not merely a wave, but also behaved as if it consisted of discrete particles, quanta of energy. Each quantum carried an amount of energy proportional to the light's frequency. An electron could absorb a single quantum, and if the quantum had enough energy, the electron would be ejected. Increasing the light's intensity meant more quanta, hence more electrons emitted. But it did not increase the energy of individual electrons. That depended only on the frequency, on the energy of individual quanta. The idea was revolutionary. Maxwell's wave theory of light had been one of the great triumphs of 19th century physics. Einstein was suggesting that light also had particle properties, that the wave-particle distinction was not as clear as everyone believed. The proposal explained the photoelectric effect perfectly, but it challenged fundamental assumptions. Most physicists initially rejected or ignored Einstein's quantum hypothesis. It was too strange, too radical, too much at odds with established theory. The second paper, submitted in May, was Einstein's doctoral dissertation. It was a technical study of the size of molecules, using observations of how liquids flowed. The dissertation was competent but not revolutionary, a piece of careful work that earned Einstein his PhD from the University of Zurich. The degree was important practically. It gave Einstein credentials, opened possibilities for academic positions, established him as more than a patent clerk. But the dissertation itself was not among his major contributions. The third paper, also submitted in May, addressed Brownian motion, the random jiggling of small particles suspended in liquid. The phenomenon had been observed for decades, but not fully explained. Einstein showed that Brownian motion was caused by collisions between the suspended particles and the molecules of the liquid. He derived mathematical relationships that connected observable properties of Brownian motion, how far particles moved, how quickly, to the size and number of molecules. The paper provided powerful evidence for the atomic theory of matter, which was still debated at the time. The fourth paper, submitted in June, was titled On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies. It contained what would become known as the special theory of relativity. This paper was the most radical, the most important, the one that would fundamentally change physics and establish Einstein's place in history. Einstein had been thinking about light and motion for a decade since his days at the Polytechnic, since the thought experiments about riding alongside light beams, the problems that had troubled him, the nature of the ether, the behavior of light for moving observers, the meaning of simultaneity, had finally crystallized into a coherent theory. Einstein started with two principles, two assumptions that he considered fundamental. First, the laws of physics should be the same for all observers moving at constant velocity relative to each other. This was the principle of relativity, already accepted for mechanical laws but now extended to include electromagnetic phenomena, including light. Second, the speed of light in vacuum was the same for all observers, regardless of their motion or the motion of the light source. The second principle was the radical one. Common sense suggested that speeds should add. If you run towards someone throwing a ball, the ball approaches you faster. But Einstein asserted that light did not work this way. A light beam approached you at the same speed whether you ran toward it or away from it, whether it was emitted from a moving source or a stationary one. The speed of light was absolute, invariant, a constant of nature. These two principles had extraordinary consequences, consequences that Einstein derived with rigorous mathematical precision. If the speed of light was absolute, then space and time could not be absolute. Different observers moving relative to each other would disagree about distances and time intervals. Clocks moving relative to each other would tick at different rates. Time dilation. Objects moving at high speeds would contract in the direction of motion, length contraction. Events that were simultaneous for one observer might not be simultaneous for another. Relativity of simultaneity. These effects were not illusions or measurement errors. They were real features of nature, consequences of the structure of space-time itself. Space and time were not separate, independent entities, but were interwoven into a four-dimensional continuum, space-time. The separation of space-time into space and time depended on the observer's motion. Reality was observer-dependent in a way no one had imagined. Einstein worked through the mathematics carefully, showing that his theory resolved the puzzles that had troubled physicists. The ether was unnecessary, indeed conceptually incoherent. Light did not require a medium. It propagated through space according to Maxwell's equations, and those equations were consistent with relativity. The theory was elegant, economical, revolutionary. The paper was written in a clear, straightforward style without references to prior work, as if Einstein were constructing the theory from scratch for the reader's benefit. He submitted it to Annalender Physik, the leading physics journal. The editor, Max Planck, recognized the paper's importance and published it quickly. Within months it was being read and discussed by physicists across Europe. In September, Einstein submitted a short follow-up paper, a 3-page note that contained one of the most famous equations in physics. Considering how energy and mass transformed under relativity, Einstein realized that mass and energy were in some sense equivalent. The relationship was expressed in a simple equation: E equals mc squared. Energy equaled mass times the speed of light squared. Mass was a form of energy. A small amount of mass corresponded to an enormous amount of energy, because the speed of light squared was a huge number. The equation had no immediate practical applications. No one knew how to convert mass into energy, or energy into mass in any significant amount. But the conceptual implications were profound. Mass and energy, which had been considered entirely different things, were revealed to be convertible, interchangeable, fundamentally the same. The equation would later provide the theoretical basis for understanding nuclear reactions, including the processes that power the sun, and that would, decades later, be harnessed in nuclear weapons and reactors. By the end of 1905, Einstein had produced 4 groundbreaking papers and earned his doctorate. He was 26 years old, still working at the patent office, still unknown outside a small circle of physicists. But the papers were circulating, being read, being discussed. Recognition was beginning. The patent clerk was transforming into a scientist whose ideas would reshape human understanding of the universe. The miraculous year was over. The transformation had begun. Chapter 9. Space-Time. The publication of Einstein's papers in 1905 did not immediately make him famous. Scientific recognition develops slowly, through a process of reading, discussion, criticism, confirmation. New ideas must be absorbed, tested, compared with existing theory and with experimental evidence. Einstein's relativity paper was read by a small number of physicists, most of whom found it difficult, strange, troubling. But a few leading physicists recognized its importance immediately. Max Planck, one of the most respected physicists in Germany, understood what Einstein had accomplished. Planck gave lectures on relativity, explained the theory to colleagues, championed Einstein's work. Others followed. Hermann Minkowski, a mathematician who had taught Einstein at the Polytechnic, and who had once called Einstein a lazy dog for his poor attendance, developed a mathematical framework for relativity that revealed its geometric structure more clearly. Minkowski showed that Einstein's theory could be understood as a theory of four-dimensional spacetime rather than separate space and time. In Minkowski's formulation, events were points in a four-dimensional continuum, with 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. The separation between events, the interval between them, was a quantity that all observers agreed on, even though they disagreed about the separate spatial and temporal components. Space-time had a geometry, and the physics of relativity was the physics of that geometry. Minkowski presented this reformulation in a famous lecture in 1908. Henceforth, he declared, space by itself and time by itself are doomed to fade away into mere shadows, and only a kind of union of the two will preserve an independent reality. The statement captured the conceptual revolution Einstein had initiated. The intuitive notions of space and time, absolute and independent, had been replaced by the unified concept of space-time, a structure whose properties depended on the observer's state of motion. Einstein initially dismissed Minkowski's mathematical formalism as unnecessary elaboration, as clothing his physical insights in fancy mathematical garments. But he later came to appreciate its value, particularly when he began working on extending relativity to include gravity. Minkowski's geometric framework would prove essential to that work. Meanwhile, experimental tests of relativity began. The theory made predictions that could be checked. It predicted that fast-moving particles should live longer than stationary ones because moving clocks run slow. It predicted that objects should contract in the direction of motion. These effects were tiny at everyday speeds but became measurable at speeds approaching the speed of light. Early experiments found results consistent with Einstein's predictions, though the precision was limited and alternative explanations were possible. The more convincing confirmation came from the theory's ability to explain phenomena that had been puzzling. One such phenomenon involved the behavior of electrons moving at high speeds in cathode ray tubes and in the newly discovered radioactivity. Electrons emitted by radioactive materials travelled at speeds where relativistic effects were significant. Classical physics predicted one set of behaviours, relativity predicted another. Experiments consistently agreed with relativity. Einstein's professional situation began to improve. His papers attracted attention, led to correspondence with leading physicists, opened possibilities for academic positions. In 1908, he was offered a position as a Privatdozent at the University of Bern, an unsalaried lecturer who earned fees from students attending his lectures. It was a minor position, barely a step above his patent office job, but it was a foothold in academia. Einstein accepted, taught a few courses in the evenings while maintaining his patent office work during the day. The teaching was not successful. Einstein lectured to almost empty classrooms. Few students were willing to attend optional lectures by an unknown instructor on obscure topics in theoretical physics. His lectures were disorganized, difficult to follow, not tailored to student needs. Einstein was thinking about cutting-edge problems, was trying to work out ideas in public, was not interested in presenting established material at an accessible level. The students who did attend often left confused, but Einstein's reputation among professional physicists was rising. In 1909, he was offered a position as an associate professor at the University of Zurich, his first proper academic job. The salary was modest, the position junior, but it was a real university appointment, recognition of his contributions, validation that he was a serious physicist. Einstein resigned from the patent office, moved back to Zurich, began his academic career at age 30. He found academic life both liberating and constraining. He had more time for research, access to colleagues and students, the respect that came with a university position, but he also had teaching duties, administrative obligations, the need to attend meetings and serve on committees. He discovered that he preferred the freedom of the patent office, where his time outside of work hours had been entirely his own. University life, though prestigious, was more demanding of time and attention. Mileva moved with him, as did Hans Albert, now 5 years old. The marriage remained troubled. Mileva was depressed, isolated, struggling with the demands of caring for a child while her husband devoted himself to work. Einstein was increasingly distant, absorbed in physics, indifferent to domestic life. They had little in common anymore, little to talk about. The intellectual partnership that had once existed was gone. Mileva felt abandoned, invisible, trapped in a role she had not chosen. Einstein was now working on the next great problem, how to incorporate gravity into the theory of relativity. The special theory of relativity, as it was now being called, dealt with observers moving at constant velocity. But what about accelerated motion? What about gravity, which caused objects to accelerate, to change their velocity? Newton's theory of gravity was incompatible with relativity. It assumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun's gravity reached across space to hold the Earth in orbit with no delay. But relativity prohibited instantaneous influences. Nothing could travel faster than light, including gravitational effects. Einstein needed a new theory of gravity, one consistent with relativity, one that treated gravity not as a force but as something else, something arising from the structure of space-time itself. He had an insight, what he later called the happiest thought of my life. A person falling freely in free fall does not feel their own weight. They are weightless, just as an astronaut in orbit is weightless. In free fall, gravity disappears, at least locally. Perhaps gravity was not a force at all, but rather a consequence of motion through curved space-time. The idea was brilliant but vague. Turning it into a precise mathematical theory would take years of work, would require mastering mathematical techniques Einstein did not yet know, would demand a level of concentration and persistence that would consume him. But the direction was clear. Gravity was geometry, space-time was curved, and that curvature was what we experienced as gravity. Matter told space-time how to curve, and space-time told matter how to move. Einstein began the long journey toward the general theory of relativity, the theory that would complete the revolution he'd begun in 1905. The special theory had transformed space and time. The general theory would transform gravity and reveal the dynamic nature of the universe itself. It would take a decade to complete, a decade of intense intellectual effort, of false starts and breakthroughs, of mathematical struggles and conceptual insights. And when it was complete, it would be recognized as one of the greatest achievements of human thought. Chapter 10. Recognition. By 1910, Albert Einstein was becoming recognized in the physics community as an important theorist, someone whose work demanded attention. The special theory of relativity was being absorbed, discussed, taught in universities. Younger physicists, more willing to embrace new ideas, were enthusiastic. Older physicists were often skeptical, but even skeptics acknowledged that Einstein had to be reckoned with, that his work could not be dismissed. Recognition brought opportunities. In 1911, Einstein was offered a full professorship at the German university in Prague, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The position was prestigious, well paid, a significant step up from his associate professorship in Zurich. Einstein accepted, moved his family to Prague, and began what would be a productive but unhappy 18 months in the city. Prague was culturally rich, historically significant, but also politically tense. The city was divided between German-speaking and Czech-speaking populations, between different ethnic and nationalist groups that viewed each other with suspicion and hostility. The German university, where Einstein taught, existed separately from the Czech university, the two institutions representing the division of the city itself. Einstein was uncomfortable with the nationalism, with the ethnic tensions, with the social divisions that characterized Prague life. But the position gave him time and resources for research. He continued working on gravity, trying to develop a relativistic theory that would replace Newton's. The work was mathematically demanding, requiring techniques from differential geometry that Einstein had not learned during his student years. He struggled with tensor calculus, with the mathematics of curved spaces, with translating physical intuitions into rigorous mathematical formalism. He made progress, developed preliminary versions of the theory, published papers outlining his ideas, but the theory was incomplete, internally inconsistent, not yet satisfactory. He knew the direction but could not find the path, could see the destination but could not reach it. The work was frustrating, exhilarating, consuming. He thought about nothing else, worked constantly, filled notebooks with calculations. In Prague, Einstein also became interested in the implications of his gravitational theory for astronomy. If gravity was related to the curvature of space-time, then light, which travelled through space-time, should be affected by gravity. Light passing near a massive object like the sun should be bent, should follow a curved path rather than a straight line. This bending, gravitational deflection of light, should be observable during a solar eclipse, when stars near the sun become visible. Einstein calculated how much deflection his theory predicted. The result was small but potentially measurable. An expedition to observe a total solar eclipse with appropriate instruments might be able to detect the effect, providing a test of the theory. Einstein published the prediction, though his theory was not yet complete, and the predicted deflection would later turn out to be only half of what the final theory would predict. The family situation continued to deteriorate. Mileva was miserable in Prague, hated the city, felt isolated and alone. She had no friends, no intellectual life, no role beyond managing the household and caring for Hans Albert. Einstein was rarely home, worked at the university or in his study, was emotionally unavailable. A second son, Edward, was born in July 1910, shortly before the move to Prague. The new baby added to Mileva's burdens without improving her situation. Einstein's relationship with his sons was affectionate but limited. He played with them, told them stories, was a warm and loving father in the moments he was present, but he was present irregularly, was absorbed in his work, could not provide the sustained attention and emotional support that children needed. Hans Albert adored his father, but also resented his absences. Edward, as he grew, would prove emotionally fragile, would develop mental illness that Einstein could not cope with, could not understand. In 1912, Einstein received an offer to return to Zurich to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic where he'd been a student. The Polytechnic was creating a position in theoretical physics specifically for him, recognizing his importance, wanting to bring him back to Switzerland. Einstein accepted immediately. He had been in Prague only 16 months, was happy to leave, to return to a city he knew and liked, to escape the ethnic tensions and political atmosphere of Prague. The return to Zurich was pleasant. Einstein renewed friendships, re-established connections, settled into a comfortable routine. But he stayed only 2 years. In 1914, a much more prestigious offer came, a position in Berlin, at the heart of German physics, in the capital of the nation that dominated European science. The offer was extraordinary: membership in the Prussian Academy of Sciences, a research professorship with no teaching duties, a substantial salary, the opportunity to work alongside the greatest physicists of the age. Berlin was the centre of physics in the early 20th century. The university, the research institutes, the academy, all were populated by brilliant scientists. All were at the forefront of research. Max Planck was there, the physicist who had originated quantum theory. Other luminaries included Walter Nernst, Fritz Haber, Max von Laue. The intellectual atmosphere was intense, competitive, stimulating. Einstein could not refuse such an offer. Berlin represented the pinnacle of academic success, the recognition that he had arrived, that he was counted among the elite of his field. He accepted, arranged to move to Berlin in the spring of 1914. Mileva was reluctant. She disliked Germany, did not want to leave Switzerland, but she had no real choice. Einstein was going to Berlin, and she would have to go with him, or the marriage would effectively end. They moved to Berlin in April 1914. The timing was unfortunate. Europe was moving toward war, though few recognized how close the crisis was. Einstein settled into his new position, began working with colleagues, resumed his intense focus on the general theory of relativity. Mileva tried to adjust to Berlin, but was desperately unhappy. The city was foreign, the people cold, the culture militaristic. She had no friends, no community, no support system. Within months the marriage collapsed entirely. Einstein and Mileva separated. She returned to Zurich with the children, ending the pretense of a shared life. Einstein remained in Berlin alone, free to devote himself entirely to his work. He felt relief more than grief. The marriage had been dead for years, had become a source of tension and resentment rather than support and companionship. Separation clarified things, removed obligations, allowed him to focus on what mattered most, his work. In August 1914, World War I began. Einstein, who had thought little about politics, who had assumed that European civilization was too advanced for such barbarism, was horrified by the outbreak of war. He saw nationalism as a disease, war as mass insanity, the intellectuals who supported the war effort as betrayers of reason. He was disgusted by German patriotism, by the glorification of military power, by the willingness of otherwise intelligent people to embrace violence and hatred. Most German academics, including most physicists, signed a manifesto supporting Germany's war aims, defending German aggression as justified defense of culture and civilization. Einstein refused to sign, was one of only a handful of academics who opposed the war publicly. His pacifism was absolute, principled, unpopular. He was called a traitor, accused of disloyalty, shunned by colleagues who saw his opposition as betrayal. But Einstein continued his work, indifferent to political pressures, focused on completing the general theory of relativity. War raged across Europe. Millions died in the trenches. Empires prepared for their destruction. And in Berlin, Albert Einstein worked alone on equations that described the curvature of space-time, the bending of light, the fundamental nature of gravity. The war would end, the empires would fall, but the equations would remain, testaments to what the human mind could achieve even in the midst of catastrophe. Chapter 11. Prague and Zurich. Einstein's time in Prague from April 1911 to July 1912 was intellectually productive but personally unhappy. The German university where he held his professorship was a respected institution, but Einstein found the academic atmosphere stifling. The faculty were formal, hierarchical, concerned with status and protocol in ways that irritated him. He preferred informal relationships, intellectual camaraderie, the kind of open exchange of ideas that required ignoring academic rank. His teaching duties were light, which suited him. He gave lectures on theoretical physics to small classes of advanced students, most of whom struggled to follow his presentations. Einstein was not a natural teacher. He thought too quickly, skipped steps that seemed obvious to him, but were not obvious to students, assumed familiarity with concepts that needed explanation. But he cared about the students who showed genuine interest, was generous with his time for those who sought him out, was willing to discuss ideas at length with anyone who could keep up. His research focused increasingly on gravity. The question of how to extend relativity to include accelerated motion and gravitational fields obsessed him. He had the guiding principle, the equivalence principle, the insight that free fall eliminates gravity locally, that gravity and acceleration are in some sense equivalent. But translating this insight into a complete theory required mathematical tools he did not yet possess. In Prague, Einstein learned about the mathematics of curved spaces, about Riemannian geometry, about tensor calculus. He struggled with these mathematical techniques, found them difficult, often made errors. Mathematics had always come easily to him, but this was different. Not the intuitive visual mathematics of classical mechanics or electromagnetism, but abstract formal manipulation of multi-index quantities in curved manifolds. He persisted, taught himself, gradually gained facility. He wrote several papers outlining preliminary versions of a relativistic theory of gravity. These papers were stepping stones, not final answers. They contained ideas that would survive into the final theory, but also errors and inconsistencies that would need correction. The work was public, his thinking process visible in published papers, a willingness to share incomplete thoughts that was unusual for scientists, who typically published only finished, polished work. The social and political atmosphere of Prague depressed Einstein. The city was divided between Germans and Czechs, between Catholics and Jews, between competing nationalisms. Einstein, who had renounced nationalism, who thought of himself as a citizen of humanity rather than of any nation, found these divisions absurd and tragic. He attended meetings and social gatherings because they were expected, but he felt out of place, uncomfortable with the formality and the ethnic consciousness that permeated Prague society. Mileva's unhappiness intensified in Prague. She was isolated, spoke neither German nor Czech fluently, had no friends or community. She cared for Hans Albert and the infant Eduard, managed the household and endured increasing marital distance. Einstein worked constantly, came home late, was emotionally absent. The intellectual partnership that had once characterized their relationship was entirely gone. Mileva was a housekeeper, not a collaborator, and she felt the diminishment keenly. When the offer came from the Polytechnic in Zurich, a position created specifically for Einstein, recognition of his importance, he accepted immediately. Mileva was relieved. Zurich was familiar, Swiss rather than Austrian, a city where she had lived and studied, where she had friends. The move in July 1912 was a return to a place that felt more like home. Einstein's position at the Polytechnic was better than his earlier student experience. He was now a professor, respected, given the resources and freedom to pursue his research. He taught courses in theoretical physics, continued working on gravity, published papers, corresponded with physicists across Europe. His reputation continued to grow. He was invited to conferences, asked to write review articles, consulted on theoretical questions, but the work on gravity remained frustrating. Einstein had the physical principles clear in his mind. Gravity was not a force, but a manifestation of space-time curvature. Matter and energy determined the curvature. The curvature determined how matter and light moved. But finding the mathematical equations that expressed these principles precisely, that were consistent with all known physics, that made definite predictions, remained elusive. In Zurich, Einstein found a collaborator, Marcel Grossmann, an old friend from Polytechnic days, now a professor of mathematics. Grossmann was an expert in differential geometry, the mathematics of curved spaces. Einstein explained what he needed, a mathematical framework to describe curved four-dimensional spacetime, to express how matter determined curvature and curvature determined motion. Grossmann guided Einstein through the necessary mathematics, helped him understand tensor calculus, worked with him to formulate candidate equations. Together, Einstein and Grossmann published papers outlining what they called the Entwurf, outline theory, a preliminary version of general relativity. The theory had many of the right features but was not yet correct. The field equations, the equations determining how matter curves spacetime, were not generally covariant, did not maintain their form under all coordinate transformations. This bothered Einstein, who believed that the laws of physics should not depend on the choice of coordinate system, that physical laws should have the same form for all observers. But Einstein convinced himself, temporarily, that general covariance was too strong a requirement, that physical considerations required restricting the allowed coordinate transformations. This was a mistake, a detour on the path toward the correct theory. He would waste 2 years pursuing this approach before recognizing the error and returning to the requirement of general covariance. The Zurich years were pleasant in other ways. Einstein reconnected with old friends, established a routine, enjoyed the Swiss quality of life. He hiked in the mountains, played violin, attended concerts and lectures. He was recognized on the street, was becoming a public figure, though still far from the celebrity he would later become. People knew he was an important physicist, though few understood what his theories meant. But the idyll did not last. In 1913, Max Planck and Walter Nernst travelled from Berlin to Zurich to recruit Einstein. They offered him a position in Berlin, membership in the Prussian Academy, a research professorship with no teaching obligations, directorship of a new physics institute that would be created for him. The offer was extraordinary, a recognition that Einstein was now among the elite of European physics, that Germany wanted to claim him as one of their own. Einstein hesitated. Berlin represented the pinnacle of academic prestige, but it also meant returning to Germany, the country he had left, whose citizenship he had renounced, whose militarism and nationalism he despised. It meant leaving Switzerland, which he had come to love, where he had obtained citizenship in 1901, where he felt at home. It meant uprooting his family again, disrupting Hans Albert's education, forcing Mileva into an environment she would hate. But the opportunity was too significant to refuse. Einstein accepted, arranged to move to Berlin in the spring of 1914. He did not know that within months Europe would be at war, that the civilized world he inhabited would tear itself apart, that his personal life would collapse, that he would spend the war years isolated, working alone on equations while millions died in trenches and cities burned. He knew only that Berlin offered the best conditions to complete the work that obsessed him, the general theory of relativity that would be his masterpiece. In April 1914, Einstein moved to Berlin. Mileva and the children followed reluctantly. The marriage, already hollow, would not survive the move. Within months, Mileva would return to Zurich with the children, and Einstein would be alone, free to devote himself entirely to the work that defined him. Chapter 12. The General Theory. Albert Einstein arrived in Berlin in the spring of 1914 at age 35, at the height of his intellectual powers, on the verge of completing his masterpiece. The position the Prussian Academy had created for him was ideal. No teaching duties, no administrative responsibilities, no obligations except to pursue research. He had a comfortable salary, an office, access to libraries and to the scientific community. He had everything he needed to finish the general theory of relativity. But he also had personal turmoil. Mileva arrived in Berlin with Hans Albert and Edward in April, but the situation was immediately untenable. She hated Berlin, hated the formality of German society, hated being separated from the life she had built in Zurich. Einstein had no patience for her unhappiness, could not or would not provide emotional support, wanted only to work. They argued constantly. Within weeks it was clear the marriage was over. In July, Mileva took the children and returned to Zurich. Einstein remained in Berlin. He felt relief more than sadness. The pretense of marriage had been exhausting, a drain on his energy and attention. Now he could work without distraction, without the emotional demands and conflicts that had consumed so much mental space. He established a bachelor existence, lived simply, devoted himself entirely to physics. But he also began a relationship with his cousin Elsa Einstein, a divorcee with 2 daughters who lived in Berlin. Elsa was warm, practical, maternal, everything Mileva was not. She provided companionship, managed Einstein's domestic life, did not make intellectual demands. Einstein was not passionately in love with Elsa, but he valued her steadiness, her ability to create order, her willingness to accept him as he was. They would eventually marry after Einstein's divorce from Mileva was finalized, but for now the relationship was informal, comfortable, undemanding. In August 1914, the war began. Einstein was horrified. He had believed that European civilization had progressed beyond such barbarism, that reason and science had created a culture that would not descend into mass slaughter. He was wrong. The nations of Europe mobilized millions of men, sent them to slaughter each other over territorial disputes and imperial ambitions that Einstein considered absurd. Most German intellectuals supported the war. They signed manifestos defending German actions, claiming that Germany was defending culture against barbarism, that military force was justified in service of higher values. Einstein refused to sign, was one of only 4 academics willing to sign a counter-manifesto advocating peace and international cooperation. His pacifism made him unpopular, suspect, accused of disloyalty. But Einstein did not care about popularity. He would not lie for the sake of fitting in. As the war consumed Europe, Einstein retreated into his work. He returned to the problem of the field equations for general relativity, the equations that would describe how matter and energy curved space-time. He'd spent 2 years pursuing an approach that required restricting the coordinate systems that could be used, abandoning the requirement of general covariance. But he became increasingly convinced this was wrong, that the theory had to be generally covariant, had to maintain its form under arbitrary coordinate transformations. In late 1915, he returned to the requirement of general covariance and began reconstructing the theory from this foundation. The mathematics was extraordinarily difficult. He needed to find equations that were generally covariant, that reduced to Newton's theory in the appropriate limit, that were consistent with energy and momentum conservation, that produced physically reasonable predictions. The constraints were tight, the possibilities limited. Only one set of equations, or something very close to it, could satisfy all requirements. Einstein worked with furious intensity through October and November 1915, making breakthroughs, encountering obstacles, revising, recalculating. He later described this period as the most exhausting and exhilarating of his life. He presented his progress in a series of 4 lectures to the Prussian Academy, delivered on consecutive Thursdays in November, each lecture refining the theory, correcting errors, approaching the final form. The crucial insight came in recognizing the role of the Ricci curvature tensor, a mathematical object that characterized the curvature of space-time. Einstein's field equations related this curvature tensor to the distribution of matter and energy. The equations were elegant, compact, beautiful. They said, matter tells space-time how to curve, and space-time tells matter how to move. Everything followed from these equations: the motion of planets, the bending of light, the expansion of the universe. On November 25, 1915, Einstein presented the final form of the field equations to the Prussian Academy. The theory was complete. General relativity, the relativistic theory of gravity, the geometric theory of space-time was finished. It had taken Einstein nearly a decade from the initial insight of free fall in 1970 to the final equations in 1915. The theory was a monument of human intellect, one of the greatest achievements of physics, perhaps of all science. Einstein immediately looked for consequences, for predictions that could test the theory. One prediction involved the orbit of Mercury. Mercury, the innermost planet, had an orbital anomaly that Newton's theory could not explain. Its orbit precessed, rotating slowly more than expected. General relativity predicted exactly the observed precession, explaining a puzzle that had troubled astronomers for decades. Einstein was elated. The theory worked. Nature agreed. Another prediction involved light. Einstein had earlier calculated, using a preliminary version of the theory, that light passing near the sun should be bent by the sun's gravity. But that calculation, using the incomplete theory, had given a deflection of 0.87 arc-seconds. The complete theory predicted a deflection of 1.74 arc-seconds, exactly twice as much. This could be tested during a solar eclipse when stars near the sun became visible. Measuring the apparent positions of these stars and comparing them to their positions when the sun was not nearby would reveal whether light was bent and by how much. Einstein published the theory in a comprehensive paper in 1916. The paper was difficult. mathematically demanding, accessible only to specialists in theoretical physics. But its implications were profound. Space and time were not fixed background, not a stage on which physics played out, but were dynamical, responsive to the presence of matter and energy. The universe itself was not static, but could expand, contract, evolve. Gravity was not a force, but geometry, the curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. The theory was revolutionary, more radical than special relativity, more difficult to understand, more challenging to established physics. It overturned Newton's theory of gravity, which had reigned unchallenged for 2 centuries. It suggested that the universe had a history, that space itself could be curved, that black holes, regions where space-time curvature became so extreme that nothing could escape, might exist. But in 1916, amid World War, few people paid attention. Physics journals still published, conferences still met when possible, but the scientific community was disrupted, depleted by conscription, focused on war-related work. Einstein's paper circulated, was read by a handful of specialists but did not immediately cause excitement or controversy. The theory was too new, too difficult, too abstract. It would take time for physicists to absorb it, to understand its implications, to devise tests. Einstein knew he had accomplished something extraordinary. He later said that completing general relativity was the most satisfying experience of his scientific life, more satisfying than any subsequent work. He had taken an insight, the equivalence of gravity and acceleration, and had developed it into a complete, consistent, beautiful theory that explained nature at a fundamental level. The theory was verified by explaining Mercury's orbit. It made a bold prediction about the bending of starlight that could be tested. It was aesthetically beautiful, mathematically elegant, conceptually revolutionary. The war continued. Millions died. Empires collapsed. But in a quiet office in Berlin, Albert Einstein had discovered something that would outlast all the war's destruction, something that would change how humanity understood the universe. The general theory of relativity was complete. The geometry of space-time had been revealed, and Albert Einstein, the patent clerk who'd become a physicist, was now among the immortals. Chapter 13: Eclipse and Fame. The war ended in November 1918. Germany, exhausted and defeated, signed an armistice that acknowledged military collapse and accepted Allied terms. The Kaiser abdicated, fled to the Netherlands, ended the monarchy that had ruled Germany for half a century. The empire dissolved into chaos, revolution, hunger, political violence. Soldiers returned from the front traumatized and bitter. The economy collapsed, inflation spiraled, millions faced poverty and starvation. Berlin, where Albert Einstein had spent the war years, was at the center of the turmoil. Street fighting between communist and right-wing militias broke out regularly. The provisional government struggled to maintain order, to establish a democratic republic in the ruins of the empire. Einstein, who had opposed the war from the beginning, was sympathetic to the revolutionaries, to the hope that Germany might transform itself into a peaceful, democratic society. But he was also appalled by the violence, by the breakdown of civil order, by the hunger and suffering that surrounded him. He continued his work, though wartime privation had affected him. Food was scarce, heating fuel unavailable, medical care inadequate. Einstein suffered from stomach problems, from malnutrition, from exhaustion. He was not yet 40 years old, but looked older, worn down by years of stress and poor diet. Elsa cared for him, managed to find food through her connections, kept him functioning. Without her, he might not have survived the war years, but the end of war opened new possibilities. Communication with scientists in other countries, severed during the conflict, resumed. Einstein's general relativity paper, published in 1916, had circulated only within Germany and neutral countries during the war. Now British and American physicists could read it, could assess its importance, could consider its predictions. The theory quickly attracted attention. It was recognized as a major achievement, though understanding it required significant mathematical sophistication. The most compelling test of the theory was the prediction about the bending of starlight. Einstein had calculated that light from distant stars, passing near the Sun on its way to Earth, would be deflected by the Sun's gravity by 1.74 arc-seconds. This was a tiny deflection, just visible at the limit of telescopic measurement, but it was twice what would be predicted by treating light as if it consisted of particles subject to Newton's gravity. Only general relativity predicted 1.74 arc-seconds. Measuring the deflection would test the theory definitively. The measurement required observing stars near the Sun during a total solar eclipse, the only time when stars close to the Sun's position become visible. An eclipse would provide a few minutes during which photographs could be taken of the star field around the Sun. Comparing these photographs with photographs of the same star field taken at night, when the Sun was elsewhere, would reveal whether the star's apparent positions had shifted, whether starlight had been bent. An opportunity arose in 1919. A total solar eclipse was predicted for May 29th, visible from a path across the Atlantic Ocean, across parts of South America, and across the island of Principe, off the coast of West Africa. Arthur Eddington, a prominent British astronomer and a Quaker pacifist who had read Einstein's work and been convinced by it, organised expeditions to observe the eclipse and test Einstein's prediction. Eddington led one expedition to Principe. Another British team, led by Andrew Crommelin, travelled to Sobral in Brazil. Both teams carried telescopes, photographic equipment, and plans for precise measurements. The expeditions were logistically challenging, expensive, and scientifically risky. Weather could ruin observations, equipment could fail, the measurements were at the very limit of what was technically possible. Einstein waited in Berlin, aware that the expeditions were underway but uncertain when results would be announced. He was confident in his theory, believed the prediction would be confirmed, but also knew that experimental tests could fail for technical reasons that had nothing to do with the theory's correctness. He continued his work, explored implications of general relativity, thought about quantum theory, another area of physics that troubled him increasingly. The eclipse observations took place on May 29, 1919. The Principe expedition, led by Eddington, had marginal weather. Clouds interfered with observations, but enough photographs were obtained for analysis. The Sobral expedition had better conditions and obtained clearer images. Both teams returned to England with their photographic plates, began the painstaking work of measuring star positions, comparing eclipse photographs with reference photographs, calculating deflections. The analysis took months. The measurements were difficult, the uncertainties significant, the data open to interpretation. But by September, Eddington and his colleagues had reached conclusions. The observations were consistent with Einstein's prediction. The measured deflection was approximately 1.75 arc-seconds, in agreement with general relativity and inconsistent with Newtonian predictions. The theory had been tested and confirmed. The announcement was made at a joint meeting of the Royal Society and the Royal Astronomical Society in London on November 6, 1919. The setting was dramatic. The meeting was held in the hall where Newton's portrait hung, and the president of the Royal Society declared that Newton's theory of gravity had been overthrown, that a new theory, developed by a German physicist, had been proven correct. The Times of London covered the announcement on its front page. Revolution in science, new theory of the universe, Newtonian ideas overthrown. The story spread globally. Newspapers around the world reported the eclipse results, announced Einstein's triumph, celebrated the confirmation of general relativity. The coverage was sensational, often inaccurate, filled with breathless claims about the overthrow of established science and the mysterious genius who had reimagined reality. The public, exhausted by war, hungry for positive news, fascinated by anything that suggested the world was not as it seemed, seized on the story. Albert Einstein became famous overnight, more famous than any scientist since Newton himself. His name became synonymous with genius, with incomprehensible brilliance, with the idea that reality was stranger and more wonderful than common sense suggested. He was profiled in newspapers and magazines, photographed constantly, invited to lecture and to attend public events. Strangers recognized him on the street, asked for autographs, wanted to shake his hand. Einstein was bemused by the fame, uncomfortable with the celebrity, uncertain how to respond. He had not sought public attention, had pursued physics for its own sake, cared little about popular acclaim, but he was also aware that fame provided a platform, an opportunity to influence public opinion on issues he cared about. Peace, international cooperation, the responsible use of science. He decided to use his celebrity for these purposes, to speak out on matters beyond physics, to become a public intellectual as well as a scientist. But fame came with costs. Privacy vanished. His personal life became public interest. Journalists investigated his past, wrote about his failed marriage, speculated about his relationship with Elsa. He received thousands of letters, requests for help, invitations to speak, questions about the theory, marriage proposals from strangers. He could not respond to all of them, could not maintain normal life while being constantly recognized and approached. The fame also made him a target. Anti-Semitism, always present in German society, intensified in the years following the war. Einstein, Jewish and now celebrated internationally, became a symbol that anti-Semites attacked. They organized protests at his lectures, published articles denouncing relativity as Jewish physics, accused him of undermining German culture. The attacks were vicious, sometimes threatening. Einstein tried to ignore them, but they affected him, made him aware of the hatred that lurked beneath the surface of civilized society. In June 1919, shortly after the eclipse observations but before the results were announced, Einstein's divorce from Mileva was finalized. He married Elsa in a quiet civil ceremony in Berlin. The marriage was practical, companionate, not passionate. Elsa provided stability, managed Einstein's life, protected him from intrusions. She was content to be the wife of a famous man, did not demand emotional intimacy, accepted that Einstein's work came first. They settled into a routine that suited both of them. The eclipse results established general relativity as confirmed science, no longer merely theoretical speculation, but the theory's full implications would take decades to be explored, would lead to discoveries that Einstein himself found difficult to accept. Black holes, the expansion of the universe, the Big Bang, the dynamic and evolving cosmos that replaced the static, eternal universe that almost everyone, including Einstein, had assumed must exist. The revolution in science had been confirmed. The patent clerk's dream had become reality, and Albert Einstein, reluctant celebrity, symbol of genius, became one of the most recognized faces in the world. Chapter 14. Berlin and Divorce. The years immediately following Einstein's sudden fame were disorienting, overwhelming, sometimes joyful, often exhausting. He was no longer simply a physicist working on esoteric problems, but a public figure whose opinions on any subject were sought, whose presence at events guaranteed attention, whose image appeared in newspapers and magazines globally. The transition from obscurity to celebrity happened so rapidly that Einstein had no time to adjust, to develop strategies for managing public attention. Invitations poured in, to give lectures, to attend conferences, to visit universities, to meet with political leaders. Einstein accepted many, partly from curiosity, partly from a sense that he had obligations to share his knowledge, partly because travel appealed to him. In the early 1920s he travelled extensively, to the United States, to Japan, to Palestine, across Europe. He lectured to packed auditoriums, met with scientists and students, was received by dignitaries and royalty. The American trip in 1921 was particularly intense. Einstein arrived in New York Harbor aboard an ocean liner, greeted by crowds and journalists. He was driven through streets lined with people hoping to glimpse him. He gave lectures at Columbia University and Princeton, spoke to audiences who had little understanding of relativity, but were entranced by the idea of it, by the sense that the universe was being revealed as stranger than anyone had imagined. Einstein enjoyed some aspects of American culture, the informality, the energy, the lack of rigid class distinctions. But he was also troubled by what he saw, the consumerism, the commercialism, the superficiality of much of American life. He was feted by wealthy patrons, invited to grand dinners and social events that he found tedious. He was more comfortable with students and scientists, with people who cared about ideas rather than status. The trip to Japan in 1922 lasted 6 weeks, included stops in Shanghai, Hong Kong and Singapore. Einstein was fascinated by Japanese culture, by the art and architecture, by the discipline and aesthetic sensibility. He gave lectures in Tokyo and other cities, travelled through the countryside, met with Japanese scientists and intellectuals. The visit was exhausting but enriching, expanded his understanding of cultures very different from European civilization. But the travel also kept him away from Berlin, from sustained research, from the quiet work that had always been the centre of his life. Fame was consuming time and energy that he would have preferred to devote to physics. He tried to maintain his research program, to think about quantum theory and unified field theory, but the constant interruptions and obligations made sustained concentration difficult. His marriage to Elsa provided domestic stability. She managed the household, dealt with correspondence and visitors, organized his schedule, protected his time. She was maternal, practical, content to support his work without demanding intellectual engagement. The marriage was not passionate, but it was functional, suited to Einstein's needs and temperament. Elsa's 2 daughters from her previous marriage, Ilse and Margot, lived with them, treated Einstein with affection and respect. But Einstein's relationship with his sons remained troubled. Hans Albert and Eduard lived in Zurich with Mileva, supported by alimony that Einstein paid from his salary. He saw them irregularly, during visits to Switzerland or when they came to Berlin. Hans Albert was becoming an engineer, following practical path, emotionally distant from his father. Eduard, the younger son, was sensitive, artistic, interested in music and literature, but also showing signs of mental instability. Eduard's condition worsened over the years. He developed schizophrenia, required hospitalization, could not function independently. Einstein, who'd always struggled with emotional intimacy, could not cope with Eduard's illness, could not provide the support his son needed. He felt guilt and helplessness, but also withdrawal. Mileva bore the burden of caring for Eduard, resented Einstein's distance, blamed him for abandoning his responsibilities. The relationship between Einstein and Mileva remained bitter, poisoned by the failed marriage and the ongoing consequences. In Berlin, Einstein continued his position at the Prussian Academy, maintained his research, worked on problems in physics. But the political situation in Germany was deteriorating. The Weimar Republic, established after the war, was weak, Beset by economic crisis and political extremism, inflation spiraled out of control, currency became worthless, savings were destroyed, the middle class was ruined. Right-wing and left-wing parties battled in the streets. Political violence was common. The democratic government struggled to maintain order. Anti-Semitism intensified, became more open, more virulent. Jews were blamed for Germany's defeat in the war, for economic problems, for cultural decline. Organizations promoting racial nationalism and anti-Jewish ideology gained support. Some prominent scientists and intellectuals, envious of Einstein's fame or hostile to his pacifism and internationalism, attacked him using anti-Semitic rhetoric. They organized protests at his lectures, published articles denouncing relativity as Jewish pseudoscience, called for his removal from the Prussian Academy. Einstein was disturbed by these attacks but tried not to be intimidated. He continued to speak out on political issues, advocated for peace and international cooperation, supported Zionism as a response to anti-Semitism, though his Zionism was cultural rather than political. He valued the idea of a Jewish homeland where Jewish culture could flourish, but was ambivalent about the nationalist aspects of the Zionist project. In 1922, Walter Rathenau, Germany's foreign minister and a friend of Einstein's, was assassinated by right-wing extremists. Rathenau was Jewish, had been targeted by anti-Semitic propaganda, had received death threats. His murder shocked Einstein, made him aware that the violence was not merely rhetorical, that people were being killed for their identities and beliefs. Friends urged Einstein to leave Germany, to accept a position elsewhere, to remove himself from danger. He considered it but did not act. Berlin was his home, the Prussian Academy provided ideal working conditions, and he was reluctant to be driven out by thugs and fanatics. But he also understood that Germany was becoming dangerous, that the political situation could worsen, that his prominence made him a target. He began to keep a lower profile, avoided public lectures in Germany, spent more time travelling abroad. He maintained his position in Berlin but prepared mentally for the possibility that he might have to leave. Through all this turmoil, Einstein continued his scientific work. But the work was becoming less successful, less groundbreaking. He devoted increasing effort to a quest for a unified field theory, a single mathematical framework that would describe both gravity and electromagnetism, that would unify the fundamental forces of nature. He believed that such unification was possible, that nature must be described by a single elegant theory. But the program was not successful. The mathematics was extraordinarily difficult, and Einstein's physical intuitions, which had served him so well in developing relativity, did not guide him toward productive approaches. He published papers outlining various attempts at unification, but each attempt ultimately failed, unable to reproduce known physics or to make new testable predictions. He was spending years on work that led nowhere, that other physicists considered misguided. More troubling, Einstein was increasingly at odds with the direction physics was taking. Quantum theory, which he had helped initiate with his work on the photoelectric effect, was developing in ways that disturbed him. The theory described probabilities rather than certainties, suggested that reality at the atomic level was fundamentally indeterminate, that particles did not have definite properties until they were measured. Einstein could not accept this. He believed in an objective reality, in a universe that existed independently of observation, in laws that were deterministic rather than probabilistic. The debates about quantum theory would consume much of Einstein's intellectual energy in the years ahead, would set him against the mainstream of physics, would make him seem out of touch with younger physicists who embraced the quantum revolution. But in the early 1920s, these conflicts were just beginning. Einstein was still at the height of his fame, still the most celebrated scientist in the world. The difficulties ahead were not yet visible. Chapter 15. Quantum Debates. Albert Einstein's relationship with quantum theory was complicated, contradictory, productive, and ultimately tragic. He'd been one of quantum theory's founders. His 1905 paper on the photoelectric effect, one of the first works to suggest that light had particle properties, that energy came in discrete quanta. Max Planck had introduced the quantum of action in 1900 to explain blackbody radiation, but Einstein had taken the idea further, had applied it to light itself, had proposed that electromagnetic radiation consisted of discrete energy, packets. For this work, and for his contributions to theoretical physics more generally, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1921, announced in 1922. Oddly, the prize was not awarded for relativity, either special or general. The Nobel Committee, conservative and cautious, was not yet convinced that relativity had been sufficiently confirmed by experiment. Instead, the citation mentioned Einstein's work on the photoelectric effect, a contribution that was unambiguous, experimentally verified, foundational to quantum theory. Einstein was ambivalent about the prize. He had long since moved beyond the photoelectric effect, considered it a relatively minor contribution compared to relativity, but he accepted the prize, travelled to Stockholm for the ceremony when his schedule permitted, and used the prize money to fulfill his obligations to Mileva. The divorce agreement had specified that if he won the Nobel Prize, the money would go to her and their sons. But by the early 1920s, quantum theory was developing in directions that troubled Einstein deeply. Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist, had developed a quantum model of the atom in which electrons occupied discrete energy levels, jumping between levels by emitting or absorbing photons. The model was successful, explained atomic spectra beautifully, but it was also ad hoc, lacking a fundamental theoretical foundation. It worked without anyone understanding why it worked. Then, in 1925 and 1926, a new quantum mechanics emerged, developed by Werner Heisenberg, Max Born, Erwin Schrödinger, and Paul Dirac. This new theory was mathematically rigorous, made precise predictions, explained a vast range of atomic and molecular phenomena. But it was also strange, conceptually radical, challenging basic assumptions about the nature of reality. The theory described physical systems using wave functions, mathematical objects that evolved according to a deterministic equation, the Schrödinger equation. But the wave function itself did not directly describe physical properties like position or momentum. Instead, it described probabilities, the likelihood of finding a particle in a particular location, the likelihood of measuring a particular value for momentum. The act of measurement caused the wave function to collapse, to transition from describing multiple possibilities to describing a single actual outcome. Einstein was troubled by every aspect of this interpretation. The theory seemed to say that particles did not have definite positions or momenta until they were measured, that reality was fundamentally indeterminate, that observation created rather than revealed properties. This violated Einstein's deepest convictions about the nature of the world. He believed that particles had definite properties whether or not anyone measured them, that the universe existed objectively, independently of observation. He engaged with the quantum theorists, particularly with Niels Bohr, in debates that would last for decades. The Einstein-Bohr debates, conducted through papers, at conferences, in correspondence, became legendary in physics. They were debates not merely about equations or experimental results, but about the nature of reality, about what it meant for a scientific theory to be complete, about the relationship between physics and philosophy. Einstein's position was consistent. Quantum mechanics, he argued, was not a complete theory. It described statistical regularities, predicted probabilities, provided rules for calculating outcomes of measurements, but it did not describe the underlying reality. There must be deeper variables, hidden from current observation, that determined the outcomes that quantum mechanics could only predict probabilistically. The theory was like statistical mechanics, which described the behavior of gases using probabilities, even though individual molecules obeyed deterministic laws. Quantum mechanics must similarly be a statistical theory describing an underlying deterministic reality that physicists had not yet discovered. Bohr disagreed fundamentally. Quantum mechanics, he argued, was complete. The indeterminacy was not a limitation of human knowledge, but a feature of nature itself. Particles genuinely did not have definite properties until measured. Reality at the quantum level was irreducibly probabilistic. The classical picture of reality, with objects having definite properties existing independently of observation, simply did not apply at atomic scales. The debates became technical, focused on thought experiments designed to test the limits of quantum mechanics and the consistency of its interpretation. Einstein devised increasingly clever scenarios meant to show that quantum mechanics was incomplete or inconsistent. Bohr responded each time, showing how quantum mechanics, properly understood, handled the scenarios consistently. The exchanges were intellectually intense, respectful but uncompromising, neither side yielding. One of Einstein's most famous objections came in 1935, in a paper written with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen, known as the EPR paper after the author's initials. The paper described a thought experiment involving two particles that had interacted and then separated. According to quantum mechanics, the particles remained entangled. Measuring a property of one particle instantaneously affected the quantum state of the other, no matter how far apart they were. Einstein argued that this was absurd. Either information was traveling faster than light, violating relativity, or the particles had definite properties all along, contradicting quantum mechanics' claim that properties were indeterminate until measured. The only reasonable conclusion, Einstein argued, was that quantum mechanics was incomplete, that the particles' properties were determined by hidden variables that the theory did not describe. Bohr responded that Einstein was imposing classical intuitions on quantum phenomena. Entanglement did not involve faster-than-light signaling because no information was transmitted. The correlations between measurements on entangled particles were built into the quantum state from the moment of interaction. Quantum mechanics was not incomplete. It was simply describing a reality that did not conform to classical expectations. The debate could not be resolved experimentally in Einstein's lifetime. The technology to test entanglement rigorously did not exist. It would not be until the 1960s, after Einstein's death, that physicist John Bell would show how to design experiments that could distinguish between quantum mechanics and theories with local hidden variables. Those experiments, conducted in the 1980s and later, consistently supported quantum mechanics and ruled out local hidden variables. Einstein's intuition, it turned out, was wrong. Nature really was as strange as quantum mechanics said, but Einstein never accepted quantum mechanics as fundamental. He continued to believe that it must be an approximation, a statistical description of a deeper deterministic reality. He spent years searching for alternatives, for ways to reformulate physics that would restore determinism and objectivity. The search was fruitless. He published papers outlining various approaches, but none succeeded. None provided a viable alternative to quantum mechanics. The debates isolated Einstein from the mainstream of physics. Younger physicists trained in quantum mechanics regarded Einstein's objections as philosophical quibbles, irrelevant to the practical business of using quantum theory to make predictions and design experiments. They admired Einstein for his past achievements, but considered his opposition to quantum mechanics a relic of outdated thinking, an inability to accept that physics had moved beyond classical concepts. Einstein was aware of this perception and was saddened by it. He knew he was regarded as out of touch, as clinging to obsolete ideas, but he could not abandon his convictions. He believed that a theory that made randomness fundamental, that denied objective reality, that depended on the act of observation, was not a true description of nature, but rather an admission of ignorance dressed up as profundity. He would continue to oppose quantum mechanics, to search for alternatives, to insist that God does not play dice, even as the rest of physics moved on without him. Chapter 16. Weimar and Travel. The 1920s in Germany were years of precarious stability, economic recovery built on fragile foundations, cultural flowering shadowed by political violence. The Weimar Republic, established after the war, was Germany's first democracy, a progressive constitution that guaranteed rights and freedoms unprecedented in German history. But the Republic was born in defeat, associated in the popular mind with the humiliating Treaty of Versailles, blamed for Germany's post-war troubles. Albert Einstein lived through these turbulent years in Berlin, at the center of intellectual and cultural life. Berlin in the 1920s was vibrant, experimental, cosmopolitan, a city of cabarets and theatres, of artists and writers, of political debates and social experimentation. Einstein moved in these circles, attended concerts and plays, socialized with intellectuals and artists, enjoyed the cultural richness even as he worried about the political instability. He continued his scientific work but was increasingly drawn into public life. His fame gave him a platform, and he used it to advocate for causes he believed in: peace, international cooperation, disarmament, Zionism. He spoke at rallies, signed petitions, lent his name to organizations working for progressive goals. He was not a natural politician. His speaking style was informal, sometimes rambling, more suited to lecturing than to political rhetoric. But his celebrity gave his words weight. His support for Zionism was complex, motivated more by concern for Jewish welfare than by nationalist ideology. He believed that anti-Semitism was an enduring feature of European society, that Jews needed a refuge, a place where they could live without persecution. Palestine, where Jews were establishing settlements and building institutions, offered such a possibility. Einstein travelled to Palestine in 1923, visited Jewish settlements, met with Zionist leaders, gave lectures at what would become the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. But Einstein was also critical of aspects of Zionism, particularly its treatment of Arabs. He believed that Jews and Arabs must learn to live together, that any Jewish homeland should respect Arab rights, that cooperation rather than domination should be the goal. He spoke out against Jewish extremism, against those who wanted to establish an exclusively Jewish state, against policies that marginalized or displaced Arab populations. His position was controversial, earned him criticism from both Zionists and anti-Zionists, but he maintained it consistently. His travels took him far beyond Europe. The trip to Japan in 1922 was followed by visits to South America, to Palestine, to multiple trips across Europe. He lectured at universities, met with scientists and students, was received by political leaders and cultural figures. The travel was exhausting, interfered with his work, but also exposed him to different cultures, broadened his perspective, made him aware of the wider world beyond European intellectual circles. In 1929, the global economy collapsed. The stock market crash in New York triggered a worldwide depression, destroyed fortunes, caused banks to fail, led to mass unemployment. Germany was hit particularly hard, its economy dependent on American loans, its social fabric already strained by war and inflation. Unemployment soared, businesses closed, millions faced poverty and hunger. The democratic government seemed unable to cope, unable to provide relief or restore prosperity. Political extremism flourished in this environment. The Nazi Party, led by Adolf Hitler, grew rapidly, attracted support from those who blamed Jews and communists and the Weimar democracy for Germany's troubles. The Nazis preached racial nationalism, promised to restore German greatness, used violence and intimidation against opponents. They were crude, thuggish, dismissed by many educated Germans as temporary aberration, an expression of economic desperation that would fade when conditions improved. Einstein watched these developments with alarm. He recognized the danger, understood that the Nazis represented a threat not just to Jews but to civilization itself, to the values of reason and tolerance that he believed in. He spoke out against the Nazis, warned that they must be stopped, urged democratic forces to unite against the fascist threat. But his warnings were largely ignored. Many Germans believed that the Nazis could be controlled, that bringing them into government would moderate them, that their extremism was rhetorical rather than genuine. In 1930, Einstein signed the Weimar Constitution Anniversary Manifesto, a public statement supporting democratic government and warning against political extremism. He also accepted a position at the California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, a visiting professorship that would allow him to spend winters in America. The position provided escape from Berlin's winters, which affected his health, and offered access to American scientific resources and colleagues. The first visit to Caltech, in the winter of 1930 to 1931, was pleasant. The California weather was mild, the academic atmosphere relaxed, the physicists welcoming. Einstein enjoyed working with American colleagues, found them less formal and hierarchical than European academics. He gave lectures, discussed physics and philosophy, explored the California coastline. Elsa accompanied him, managed social obligations, ensured his comfort. But even in California, Einstein could not escape the darkening situation in Germany. News from Berlin was increasingly troubling. The Nazis were gaining seats in the Reichstag, were becoming a major political force, were no longer marginal extremists but contenders for power. Street violence was common, democratic norms were eroding, the Republic was in crisis. Einstein wondered whether he should remain in Germany, whether it was safe to return. He did return in the spring of 1931, resumed his position at the Prussian Academy. But he was preparing mentally for the possibility of permanent exile, for leaving Germany, for abandoning the life he had built in Berlin. He began exploring possibilities for permanent positions outside Germany, particularly in America. He corresponded with American universities, discussed terms, made contingency plans. The second visit to Caltech in the winter of 1931 to 1932 was shadowed by events in Germany. The Nazis continued to gain strength. Hitler was positioning himself as Germany's saviour. Violence against Jews and political opponents was increasing. Einstein's friends and colleagues urged him not to return to Berlin, warned him that he was in danger, that the Nazis had marked him as an enemy. He was Jewish, a pacifist, an internationalist, a symbol of everything the Nazis opposed. In December 1932, as Einstein and Elsa prepared to return to Germany from California, Einstein looked at their apartment building in Pasadena and said to Elsa, "Take a good look at it. You will never see it again." He knew what was coming, knew that his time in Germany was ending, knew that the country he had lived in for nearly 20 years was about to be transformed into something monstrous. He was right. Within months, the Nazis would come to power, Germany would become a dictatorship, and Albert Einstein would become a refugee, an exile, one of the millions displaced by the catastrophe that was about to engulf Europe. Chapter 17. The Rising Storm. In January 1933, Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. The appointment was legal, constitutional, the result of political maneuvering by conservative politicians who believed they could control Hitler. use him to mobilize mass support while keeping real power in their own hands. They were catastrophically wrong. Within months, Hitler would dismantle German democracy, establish a totalitarian dictatorship, and begin implementing the policies of racial persecution and militarism that would lead to World War II and the Holocaust. Albert Einstein was in California when Hitler came to power. He was spending the winter at Caltech, away from Berlin's cold and from Germany's political violence. News from Germany was immediately alarming. Within weeks of Hitler's appointment, the Reichstag burned, an event the Nazis blamed on communists and used as pretext for suspending civil liberties and arresting political opponents. Elections in March gave the Nazis control of the government. Emergency decrees granted Hitler dictatorial powers. Opposition parties were banned, newspapers censored, unions dissolved. Einstein announced that he would not return to Germany. The statement was reported internationally, was seen as a significant gesture. The world's most famous scientist refusing to live under Nazi rule. Einstein's position at the Prussian Academy was terminated, his German citizenship revoked, his property confiscated. His name appeared on Nazi list of enemies. His books were burned in public ceremonies. His theories were denounced as Jewish physics. The Nazis offered a reward for information leading to his capture or death. Einstein's decision to leave Germany permanently meant finding a new home, a new position, a new country willing to accept him. Multiple institutions made offers, universities in France, in England, in Switzerland. But the most compelling offer came from the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey, a newly established research institution dedicated to providing scholars with ideal conditions for pure research, with no teaching duties or administrative obligations. The institute was modelled on European academies, funded by American philanthropy, designed to attract leading scholars across disciplines. Einstein was offered a professorship with generous terms, a substantial salary, complete freedom to pursue his research, resources to support assistants and visitors. The position was essentially permanent, a refuge where he could live and work without worrying about political turmoil or persecution. Einstein accepted, though with mixed feelings. America was welcoming, prosperous, safe. But it was not Europe, not the cultural and intellectual world he had inhabited for 60 years. He would be an exile, a refugee, leaving behind his language, his colleagues, his familiar surroundings. But there was no alternative. Germany was now unsafe for Jews, particularly for prominent Jews who had opposed the Nazis. Staying would have been suicidal. In the spring of 1933, Einstein settled temporarily in Belgium, in a small coastal town where he waited for his visa to America. He was under police protection. The Belgian government, aware of Nazi threats, provided security. He lived quietly, received visitors, corresponded with physicists and friends, watched Europe slide toward catastrophe. One by one, colleagues and friends left Germany. Those who could, those who were willing to give up positions and possessions and familiar lives. Many German Jewish scientists faced impossible choices. They had careers, families, property, connections. Leaving meant abandoning everything, starting over in foreign countries where they were unknown, where they might not find positions, where they would be refugees, dependent on charity and goodwill. Some left early, recognized the danger, saved themselves and their families. Others waited, hoping the situation would improve, hoping that the Nazis' extremism would moderate. Most of those who waited died in concentration camps. Einstein used his fame to help. He wrote letters of recommendation for Jewish scientists, helped them find positions abroad, lobbied universities and foundations to provide support. He spoke publicly about the refugee crisis, about the moral obligation to assist those fleeing persecution, about the danger that Nazi ideology posed not just to Jews but to civilization. His efforts saved lives, though never enough, never as many as he wished. In October 1933, Einstein sailed for America aboard the Westernland, arriving in New York and immediately travelling to Princeton. He would never return to Europe, would never see Berlin again, would spend the last 22 years of his life in America, in the small university town that became his final home. The move was not merely a change of location, but a transition to a different world, a different culture, a different phase of his life. Princeton in the 1930s was a quiet town, dominated by the university, insulated from the urban energy of nearby New York City. The Institute for Advanced Study occupied temporary space on the university campus, planning but not yet constructing its own facilities. Einstein was provided with an office, a modest salary that seemed enormous by Depression-era standards, and the promise of complete freedom to pursue his work. He rented a house at 112 Mercer Street, a comfortable white-frame house in a residential neighborhood, walking distance from the Institute. Elsa managed the household, created a semblance of normalcy, protected Einstein from intrusions. They lived simply, entertained occasionally, tried to adapt to American life. Einstein learned some English, though he never became fluent, continued to think and work in German, spoke with a heavy accent that Americans found charming and endearing, but adaptation was difficult. Einstein missed Europe, missed the intensity of Berlin's intellectual life, missed colleagues and friends, missed speaking his native language without translation. America was friendly but alien. The culture was more materialistic, less interested in ideas, focused on practicality rather than theory. American physicists were competent but fewer in number, and less deeply engaged with foundational questions than their European counterparts. Einstein felt increasingly isolated. The scientific mainstream was moving away from his interests, was focused on quantum mechanics and nuclear physics, was producing experimental results and technical applications rather than conceptual insights. Einstein's quest for a unified field theory, his opposition to quantum indeterminacy, his insistence on finding deeper foundations, these seemed increasingly out of touch, relics of an earlier era of physics. But he continued working, driven not by hope of success or recognition, but by the conviction that the questions he was pursuing were important, were worth answering even if he never found the answers. He worked with assistants, produced papers, explored various mathematical approaches to unification. None succeeded. The work accumulated without breakthroughs, filled notebooks without resolving puzzles, consumed years without delivering results. The world was moving toward another war, larger and more destructive than the last. Hitler was rearming Germany, occupying territories, preparing for conquest. Other European nations, scarred by the previous war, unwilling to believe that it could happen again, pursued appeasement, made concessions, hoped that each compromise would be the last. Einstein watched with despair. He had warned for years about the Nazi danger. Now the danger was materializing, and the world seemed unable or unwilling to respond. In America, Einstein spoke out against isolationism, urged American intervention, argued that the United States could not remain neutral while democracy was destroyed in Europe. His position was controversial. Many Americans believed that European conflicts were not America's concern, that involvement in the last war had been a mistake. But Einstein believed that Nazism was a global threat, that America's security and values were at stake, that moral considerations required action even if strategic interest did not. The storm was rising, the catastrophe approaching. Europe would soon be engulfed in another total war, more destructive than the first, fought with weapons more terrible than anything previously imagined. And Albert Einstein, refugee from the country that had become his enemy, would play an unexpected role in developing the most terrible weapon of all. Els, Chapter 18. Exile. The transition from Berlin to Princeton was more than a change of location. It was a rupture in Albert Einstein's life, a forced abandonment of the world he had known, and the acceptance of permanent exile. He was 54 years old when he settled in Princeton, past the age when most scientists do their most creative work, already feeling the weight of years and the sense that his most important contributions were behind him. Princeton was quiet, almost somnolent, a small town centered on its university and the new Institute for Advanced Study. The pace was slow, the atmosphere academic and genteel, far removed from the intensity and ferment of Weimar Berlin. Einstein's days developed a routine. Mornings at the Institute, working in his office, discussing physics with assistants, attending occasional seminars, afternoons walking home through quiet residential streets, evenings with Elsa, reading, listening, to the radio, playing violin. The house at 112 Mercer Street became his permanent home, the place where he would spend the rest of his life. It was a modest house, comfortable but not grand, with a small yard and a second floor where Einstein had his study. He filled the study with books, papers, and his violin. He worked there in the evenings, continuing the calculations that consumed him, searching for the unified field theory that eluded him. Elsa managed the household, dealt with correspondence that continued to arrive in enormous volumes, protected Einstein from the constant requests for his time and attention. She screened visitors, responded to letters, maintained the domestic routines that allowed Einstein to focus on his work. She was not well. She had heart and kidney problems that worsened through the mid-30s, but she continued to care for Einstein, to provide the stability and support he needed. In December 1936, Elsa died. Her death was a blow. The marriage had not been passionate, but it had been companionate, comfortable, functional. Elsa had understood Einstein's needs, had not demanded more than he could give emotionally, had created the conditions that allowed him to work. Without her, Einstein was adrift, lonely, uncertain how to manage daily life. Elsa's daughter Margot, Einstein's stepdaughter, moved into the house to help. She managed the household, provided companionship, filled some of the void Elsa's death had created. Einstein's secretary, Helen Dukas, who had worked for him since Berlin, also lived in the house, occupied rooms on the second floor, handled his correspondence and administrative needs. The household was small, quiet, slightly odd. 3 people living together not as family but as collaborators in maintaining Einstein's ability to work. Einstein's sister Maya joined the household in 1939, fleeing Italy where she'd lived with her husband, escaping the spread of fascism across Europe. Maya had always been close to Albert, understood him better than almost anyone, shared his intellectual interests. Her presence brought comfort, reconnection to family, to shared memories of childhood. They spent evenings talking, reminiscing, discussing books and ideas. Maya's health was fragile. She suffered a stroke in the 1940s that left her partially paralyzed, but she remained in Princeton, cared for by the household, a presence that anchored Einstein to his past. The Institute provided Einstein with everything he needed professionally: an office, a salary, assistants, the freedom to pursue any research direction. He was not required to teach, to serve on committees, to attend administrative meetings. He could work on whatever interested him without justification or oversight. It was the ideal environment for a theoretical physicist, the conditions he had always wanted. But Einstein was increasingly isolated scientifically. The mainstream of physics had moved in directions he could not follow, could not accept. Quantum mechanics was being applied to new areas: nuclear physics, particle physics, quantum field theory. Physicists were building particle accelerators, discovering new particles, exploring the structure of atomic nuclei. The work was exciting, productive, garnering Nobel Prizes and establishing new fields. Einstein was not interested in these developments. He continued working on classical field theory, trying to unify gravity and electromagnetism, trying to find a theory that would eliminate quantum indeterminacy and restore determinism. He published papers outlining various approaches, but the papers attracted little attention. Younger physicists regarded Einstein's quest as quixotic, misguided, a waste of his remaining productive years. They respected Einstein for his past achievements, but considered his current work irrelevant. Einstein was aware of this perception and was wounded by it. He had been at the forefront of physics for decades, had shaped the field, had been recognized as the greatest physicist since Newton. Now he was regarded as out of touch, a relic of earlier physics pursuing problems that others considered solved or meaningless. The isolation was painful, but Einstein could not change direction, could not abandon his convictions. He believed that quantum mechanics was incomplete, that a deeper theory must exist, that he might still find it. His life in Princeton was solitary, bounded by work and walks and occasional social obligations. He was recognized everywhere in Princeton, could not walk down Nassau Street without people stopping to stare or to greet him. His appearance had become iconic. Wild white hair, moustache, rumpled clothes, casual indifference to fashion. He cultivated the image, aware that his appearance was part of his public identity, part of what made him recognizable and distinctive. He received the visitors, physicists who wanted to discuss ideas, students who hoped to meet him, journalists who wanted interviews. He was usually welcoming, willing to talk, happy to engage with anyone genuinely interested in physics or philosophy. But he was also protective of his time, quick to end conversations that bored him, unwilling to waste hours on empty socializing or ceremonial functions. His political engagement continued. He remained active in refugee relief, helped Jewish scientists escape from Europe, used his fame to draw attention to the plight of those fleeing Nazi persecution. He spoke out against racism and segregation in America, recognizing parallels between American treatment of black citizens and German treatment of Jews. He supported civil rights organizations, lent his name to progressive causes, maintained his commitment to social justice. But he also struggled with the knowledge that he could do little to prevent the catastrophe unfolding in Europe. Germany was rearming, occupying neighbouring countries, preparing for war. The democracies Britain and France responded with appeasement, with concessions, with desperate attempts to avoid conflict. Einstein believed that war was inevitable, that Hitler could only be stopped by force. That delay would make the eventual conflict more costly. In September 1939, Germany invaded Poland. Britain and France declared war. The Second World War had begun, the war Einstein had feared and foreseen, the war that would consume Europe and eventually the world. He was 70 miles from New York City, an ocean away from the conflict, safe in neutral America. But he could not escape the knowledge of what was happening, could not stop thinking about friends and colleagues trapped in occupied Europe, about the millions who would die in the years ahead. And within 2 years, Einstein would be drawn into the war effort himself, would play a role in the development of the most destructive weapon humanity had ever created, would contribute to a project that would end the war and begin the nuclear age. The exile from Berlin would lead to involvement in American science, in American military projects, in decisions that would haunt Einstein for the rest of his life. Chapter 19. Princeton. The years in Princeton, from 1933 until his death in 1955, constituted the final chapter of Albert Einstein's life, a period of stability but also of increasing isolation, of comfortable routine but also of frustrated ambition. He had the freedom he had always wanted, the resources to pursue any research direction, the time to think without interruption, but he also lacked the community of peers, the intellectual ferment, the sense of being at the centre of scientific progress that had characterized his Berlin years. The Institute for Advanced Study, Einstein's institutional home, was unusual in the academic world. It had no students, no curriculum, no degrees to award. It was purely a research institution, a place where scholars could work without teaching or administrative duties. The faculty were permanent members, paid generous salaries, expected to produce original research but not required to publish according to any schedule or conform to any research agenda. Einstein's colleagues at the Institute included mathematicians John von Neumann and Hermann Weyl, economist Oswald Veblen, and later historians, classicists, and social scientists. The Institute was interdisciplinary, encouraged interaction across fields, provided an environment where scholars could think deeply without pressure, but it was also quiet, sometimes too quiet, lacking the energy and urgency of a university physics department. Einstein's daily routine rarely varied. He walked to the Institute in the morning, arriving round 10, spent several hours in his office working with assistants or thinking alone. He had lunch at the Institute cafeteria, often sitting with colleagues, engaging in wide-ranging conversation about politics, philosophy, art, rarely about technical physics. He walked home in the afternoon, a mile through quiet streets recognizable to everyone but rarely interrupted. His afternoons and evenings were spent in his study, working on calculations, reading, writing letters. He dressed casually, indifferent to appearance. He wore baggy pants, sweaters, often went without socks, let his hair grow wild. The dishevelled appearance became part of his public image, was seen as charming eccentricity, evidence of a mind too occupied with profound thoughts to worry about superficialities. Photographers loved his appearance, found him endlessly photogenic, captured images that made him seem both wise and whimsical, a sage who had transcended ordinary concerns. But beneath the benign image was a man increasingly frustrated by his inability to solve the problems that obsessed him. Einstein spent the Princeton years working on unified field theory, trying to find a single mathematical framework that would encompass both gravity and electromagnetism, that would eliminate the indeterminacy of quantum mechanics, that would reveal a deterministic foundation beneath the probabilistic surface of quantum phenomena. He tried dozens of approaches, explored various mathematical structures, published papers outlining promising directions. But each approach eventually failed, encountered contradictions or failed to reproduce known physics, or made predictions that contradicted observation. The work was Sisyphean, endlessly pushing toward a goal that remained out of reach, starting over repeatedly when an approach proved unworkable. Other physicists largely ignored this work. They had moved on from classical field theory, were exploring quantum field theory, nuclear physics, particle physics, areas where progress was rapid, where new discoveries were being made constantly, where theoretical predictions were being confirmed by experiments. Einstein's quest for a classical unified field theory seemed quixotic, a relic of 19th century physics, disconnected from the frontier of the field. Einstein knew he was regarded this way, knew that younger physicists considered his work irrelevant. But he could not abandon the quest. He believed that quantum mechanics was incomplete, that nature at its deepest level must be deterministic and objective, that the appearance of randomness must be due to ignorance rather than fundamental indeterminacy. He would continue searching for the theory that would restore classical concepts, even if he searched alone, even if he never found it. His teaching, such as it was, consisted of occasional seminars, informal discussions with visitors and assistants. He was not a good lecturer. He worked through ideas in real time, often got lost in calculations, assumed too much knowledge from his audience. But in one-on-one discussions, when talking with someone who could follow his thinking, he was clear, patient, willing to explain and re-explain, generous with his time. He mentored several younger physicists who worked as his assistants, though few of these collaborations were scientifically productive. The assistants helped with calculations, checked mathematics, wrote up results, but they rarely contributed original ideas, rarely challenged Einstein's approaches or suggested new directions. Einstein dominated the collaborations, imposed his vision, used assistants as instruments rather than as true collaborators. His isolation extended to personal life. He had acquaintances but few close friends, colleagues he respected but rarely confided in. His sister Maya was his closest companion, the person who knew him best, who understood his moods and his history. After her stroke left her bedridden, he visited her daily, read to her, talked with her. When she died in 1951, he grieved deeply, felt the loss of the last connection to his childhood, to the family that had shaped him. His sons remained distant. Hans Albert had become an engineering professor in California, had married and had children, lived a conventional, successful life. He and Einstein maintained contact, exchanged letters, saw each other occasionally but were not close emotionally. Hans Albert had spent his childhood watching his father abandon his mother, had resented Einstein's absences and his inability to provide emotional support. The resentment never fully healed. Edward, the younger son, remained in Switzerland, in and out of psychiatric hospitals, unable to function independently. Einstein corresponded with Edward's doctors, paid for his care but could not bring himself to visit, could not cope with his son's illness. The guilt haunted him, but he could not overcome his emotional limitations, could not provide the father's love that Edward needed. Einstein's scientific legacy was secure, his place in history assured. The special and general theories of relativity were foundations of modern physics, were being confirmed by experiments continuously, were being applied in cosmology, astrophysics, GPS systems, particle physics. His contributions to quantum theory, though he had rejected the theory's interpretation, were fundamental. He had transformed physics, had shown that space and time were not absolute, that mass and energy were equivalent, that gravity was geometry. But recognition of past achievements brought little satisfaction. Einstein was not interested in resting on laurels, in being celebrated for work done decades earlier. He wanted to continue contributing, wanted to solve the remaining problems, wanted to understand nature at its deepest level. The fact that he could not, that his later work was unproductive, that he was out of sync with the direction of physics was painful. He wrote his autobiography, not a narrative of his life, but an intellectual autobiography, explaining how his scientific ideas had developed, what problems he had tried to solve, what approaches he had taken. The autobiography, published in 1949 as part of the volume honouring his 70th birthday, was characteristically honest, self-critical, focused on ideas rather than on personal details. It revealed Einstein's values, his commitment to understanding, his belief in the power of reason, his conviction that nature was comprehensible. The Princeton years were comfortable, productive in output if not in breakthroughs, marked by routine and by the gradual decline of an aging man. Einstein's health deteriorated slowly. Heart problems, digestive issues, the accumulated wear of 70 years. He continued working until the end, maintained his routines, refused to concede to age or illness. But the vitality was diminishing, the energy declining, the sense that time was running out becoming unavoidable. Chapter 20. The Letter. In the summer of 1939, as Europe moved inexorably toward war, Albert Einstein became involved in a matter that would haunt him for the rest of his life, and that would help bring about the nuclear age. The involvement began with a visit from two Hungarian physicists, Leo Szilard and Eugene Wigner, who came to Einstein's summer cottage on Long Island with urgent news and a request. Recent discoveries in physics had revealed that atomic nuclei could be split, fission, releasing enormous amounts of energy. German scientists, particularly Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann, had demonstrated that bombarding uranium with neutrons caused the uranium nuclei to split into lighter elements, releasing neutrons and energy. The discovery was announced in early 1939 and immediately recognized as significant. The possibility of a chain reaction quickly became apparent. If fissioning one uranium nucleus released neutrons, and if those neutrons could cause other uranium nuclei to fission, then a self-sustaining reaction was conceivable. Each fission would trigger more fissions, releasing energy that increased exponentially. The amount of energy released by fissioning a substantial amount of uranium would be enormous, potentially enough to power cities or to create weapons of unprecedented destructive power. Physicists around the world recognized the implications. Most were focused on the scientific questions, on understanding the physics of fission, on determining whether a chain reaction was actually feasible. But some, particularly refugee physicists who had fled Nazi Germany, were alarmed by the possibility that Germany might develop nuclear weapons. Germany had excellent physicists, had access to uranium from occupied Czechoslovakia, had the technical capability to pursue a nuclear program. If Germany developed nuclear weapons first, the consequences would be catastrophic. Leo Szilard was particularly concerned. He was a Hungarian Jew, a brilliant physicist who had fled Europe, who understood what Nazi victory would mean. He believed that the United States needed to develop nuclear weapons before Germany did, that American scientists needed to alert the government to the danger, that action needed to be taken immediately. But Szilard had no access to policymakers, no way to make officials listen, no credibility beyond the physics community. He thought of Einstein. Einstein was famous, respected, known to everyone, including President Roosevelt. A letter from Einstein to the president would be taken seriously, would get attention, would convey the urgency that physicists felt. Szilard approached Einstein, explained the situation, asked Einstein to sign a letter to Roosevelt warning about the possibility of nuclear weapons and urging American research. Einstein was reluctant. He was a pacifist, had opposed war and militarism his entire adult life, believed that weapons only led to more violence and suffering. The idea of contributing to the development of a weapon of mass destruction was abhorrent, but he was also aware of the Nazi threat, knew that Hitler would use any weapon available, understood that if Germany developed nuclear weapons and the United States did not, the consequences would be unthinkable. After discussion and deliberation, Einstein agreed to sign the letter. Szilard drafted it. Einstein reviewed and approved it, and it was dated August 2nd, 1939, just weeks before Germany invaded Poland and started the war. The letter was addressed to President Franklin Roosevelt, explained the physics of fission and chain reactions, warned that extremely powerful bombs might be constructed, noted that Germany had stopped sales of uranium from occupied territories, suggested that the United States should secure uranium supplies and support research into nuclear chain reactions. The letter reached Roosevelt in October, delivered by economist Alexander Sachs, who had connections in the administration. Roosevelt, preoccupied with the war in Europe and with domestic political challenges, was not immediately convinced of the urgency, but he authorized the formation of a committee to investigate, to determine whether the concerns were valid, whether American action was warranted. The committee, led by Lyman Briggs, director of the National Bureau of Standards, moved slowly. Briggs was cautious, skeptical about the technical feasibility of nuclear weapons, unwilling to recommend large-scale programs without more evidence. The committee provided modest funding for preliminary research, a few $1,000s to explore whether a chain reaction could be sustained, whether uranium could be enriched, whether the physics actually supported the alarming scenarios physicists had outlined. Progress was slow through 1940 and much of 1941. American scientists worked on fission, conducted experiments, published papers, but there was no coordinated program, no massive effort, no sense of urgency. The government was distracted by other concerns, was not convinced that nuclear weapons were feasible on any reasonable timescale, was reluctant to invest in speculative projects. Then, in December 1941, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. America entered the war. The strategic situation changed completely. The United States was now fighting Germany and Japan, was mobilizing for total war, was willing to commit vast resources to military projects. The possibility of nuclear weapons, which had seemed speculative and distant, suddenly became strategically crucial. In 1942, the nuclear program was reorganized under military control, became the Manhattan Project, a massive secret effort to develop nuclear weapons before Germany or Japan could. The project was led by General Leslie Groves, a military engineer known for getting things done. The scientific leadership was provided by J. Robert Oppenheimer, a theoretical physicist who assembled a team of the best scientists in America, many of them European refugees, at a secret laboratory in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Einstein played no direct role in the Manhattan Project. He was not invited to join, was not cleared for security access, was considered too much of a security risk. He was a pacifist, had left-wing political associations, could not be trusted with the most sensitive military secrets. He knew that nuclear research was being conducted, had occasional contact with physicists involved in the project, but did not know details, did not learn about the scale of the effort or its success until the bombs were used. His contribution was the letter to Roosevelt, the warning that had helped initiate American nuclear research. That letter, written in 1939 before the war began, before anyone knew whether nuclear weapons were even possible, was Einstein's involvement in the creation of nuclear weapons. It was indirect, advisory, motivated by fear of Nazi Germany rather than by desire to build bombs. But it was real, and Einstein would later come to regret it deeply. As the war continued and the Manhattan Project proceeded in secret, Einstein lived his quiet life in Princeton, working on unified field theory, walking to the institute each day, unaware that American scientists were building the weapons he had helped warn about, building them in laboratories hidden in the New Mexico desert and in industrial facilities scattered across the country. The patent clerk who had discovered E=mc² was about to see that equation manifested in the most destructive weapons humanity had ever created. Chapter 21. The Bomb. Albert Einstein learned about the atomic bomb the way most Americans did, from news reports in August 1945 announcing that a new type of weapon, a bomb that released the energy of atoms, had been dropped on the Japanese city of Hiroshima. The news was shocking, apocalyptic, triumphant, horrifying. A single bomb had destroyed an entire city, killed tens of thousands instantly, demonstrated power that seemed almost supernatural. 3 days later, a second bomb destroyed Nagasaki. Within days, Japan surrendered. The war was over. Einstein was at his summer cottage on Long Island when the news broke. Reporters immediately sought his reaction. After all, it was Einstein's equation, E=mc², that described the relationship between mass and energy that made nuclear weapons possible. It was Einstein who had signed the letter to Roosevelt warning about nuclear weapons, who had helped initiate American nuclear research. What did he think now that atomic bombs had been used? now that the theoretical possibility had become horrific reality. Einstein was somber, troubled. He expressed relief that the war was over, hope that the atomic bomb would not be used again, concern about the implications of nuclear weapons for humanity's future. But privately he was devastated. He had not wanted nuclear weapons to be built, had signed the letter only because he feared German development of such weapons. Now that Germany had been defeated, now that the weapons existed and had been used, he felt implicated in a catastrophe. Had I known that the Germans would not succeed in producing an atomic bomb, he later said, I would never have lifted a finger. The statement was characteristically honest, self-critical. Einstein recognized that his warning had contributed, however indirectly, to the Manhattan Project, to the development of weapons that had killed hundreds of thousands of civilians, that had introduced into the world a destructive power that threatened human survival. But Einstein also recognized that his role had been minimal. He had signed a letter, had warned about a possibility. He had not worked on the bomb, had not solved the technical problems, had not designed the weapons or decided to use them. The scientists who had done that work, Oppenheimer and the Los Alamos team, bore more direct responsibility. The military and political leaders who had made the decisions to build and use the bombs, Groves, Stimson, Truman, bore ultimate responsibility. Still, Einstein felt guilt. His theories had provided the scientific foundation that made nuclear weapons possible. His fame had given weight to the warning that initiated American nuclear research. His equation, E equals mc squared, had become the symbol of the atomic age, was invoked constantly in discussions of nuclear weapons. Whether he wanted the association or not, Einstein's name was linked with the bomb, and he would spend the rest of his life living with that linkage. In the immediate aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Einstein became an advocate for international control of atomic energy. He believed that nuclear weapons were too dangerous to be controlled by individual nations, that national sovereignty over such weapons would lead to arms races and eventually to nuclear war. The only solution, he argued, was world government, a supranational authority with the power to control nuclear weapons and prevent their use. This position was idealistic, impractical, widely dismissed by policymakers and political realists. The United Nations was being established, but it was an association of sovereign nations, not a world government. The United States was not about to surrender control of its nuclear weapons to an international body, and neither was any other nation likely to acquire them. Einstein's proposals were seen as naive, the unrealistic dreams of a scientist who did not understand politics and power. But Einstein persisted. He wrote articles, gave interviews, spoke at public events, advocated for international control and for the abolition of nuclear weapons. He joined organizations working for nuclear disarmament, lent his name to petitions and manifestos, used his celebrity to draw attention to the danger. He believed that humanity faced an existential threat, that nuclear weapons made war obsolete because no one could win a nuclear conflict, that survival required abandoning national sovereignty and creating institutions capable of preventing nuclear war. His activism made him a target. The emerging Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union created an atmosphere of suspicion and paranoia. Anyone who advocated for cooperation with the Soviet Union, who questioned American military policy, who promoted world government, was suspected of communist sympathies, of being disloyal, of undermining American security. Einstein, with his history of pacifism and his left-wing associations, was particularly suspect. The FBI opened a file on Einstein in the 1930s, monitoring his activities, his associations, his political statements. The file grew over the years, eventually running to thousands of pages, documenting Einstein's involvement in progressive causes, his opposition to militarism, his advocacy for civil rights and civil liberties. J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI director, was convinced that Einstein was a security threat, possibly a communist, definitely someone whose activities needed to be monitored and whose influence needed to be countered. Einstein was aware of the surveillance, was unsurprised by it, was not intimidated. He continued to speak out, to advocate for causes he believed in, to use his fame to promote peace and justice. He knew that in the paranoid atmosphere of the late 1940s and 1950s, his positions were unpopular, that he was regarded with suspicion by government officials and by much of the public. But he believed that silence in the face of injustice was complicity, that intellectuals had obligations to speak truth, that fame carried responsibilities. The atomic bomb changed Einstein's public role. He was no longer simply a famous scientist, a symbol of abstract genius. He was now associated, however unfairly, with the most destructive weapon ever created. He was a figure in debates about nuclear policy, about the morality of using nuclear weapons, about how humanity should respond to the existence of technology capable of destroying civilization. He had become, despite his intentions, a public intellectual, a moral voice, someone whose opinions on non-scientific matters were sought and reported. But privately, Einstein continued his scientific work, continued his search for unified field theory, continued to believe that his most important contributions would be theoretical, that solving fundamental problems in physics mattered more than any political activism. The bomb had been built, the war had been won, the nuclear age had begun. Einstein could not undo these things, could not change history, could only try to influence what came next. He lived with the knowledge that his science had been used to create weapons of mass destruction, that his equation was inscribed on the mushroom cloud. It was a burden he carried quietly, with characteristic resignation, accepting responsibility without claiming more credit or blame than was due. He'd warned about nuclear weapons because he feared Nazi Germany. The warning had contributed to American development of those weapons. They'd been used, and the world was forever changed. These were facts, irreversible, part of history. Einstein could only hope that humanity would learn to control what it had created, that reason would prevail, that the species would not destroy itself with its own inventions. Chapter 22. The Cold War. The post-war world that emerged after 1945 was divided, militarized, dominated by the rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. The wartime alliance between the Western democracies and the Soviet Union dissolved quickly, replaced by mutual suspicion, ideological hostility, and competition for global influence. The Cold War, as it came to be called, would define international relations for the next 4 decades, would shape domestic politics in both superpowers, would threaten the world with nuclear annihilation. Albert Einstein watched these developments with alarm and frustration. He'd hoped that the end of the war would bring peace, international cooperation, the establishment of institutions capable of preventing future conflicts. Instead, he saw an arms race, the division of Europe, the militarization of societies, the elevation of military considerations over humanitarian concerns. The atomic bomb, which he had hoped might convince humanity of the need to abolish war, was instead being used to justify larger military budgets, more research into weapons, preparation for conflicts that could destroy civilization. The Soviet Union tested its first atomic bomb in 1949, ending American nuclear monopoly, beginning the nuclear arms race. The United States responded by developing thermonuclear weapons, hydrogen bombs, far more powerful than the atomic bombs used on Japan. The Soviet Union followed suit. Both sides accumulated arsenals capable of destroying the other many times over, developed delivery systems, bombers, missiles, that could reach any target on Earth. prepared plans for nuclear war that would kill hundreds of millions. Einstein spoke out against the arms race, argued that nuclear weapons made war between the superpowers unthinkable, that competition for military superiority was irrational, that the only reasonable policy was disarmament and international cooperation. But his voice was one among many, and it was not heeded by policymakers who saw the world in terms of power and strategy, who believed that strength deterred aggression, that maintaining military superiority was essential to security. The political atmosphere in the United States during the early Cold War years was oppressive. McCarthyism, named after Senator Joseph McCarthy, but representing broader currents in American politics, created a climate of fear and suspicion. Anyone associated with left-wing causes, anyone who had sympathized with the Soviet Union during the war, anyone who advocated for peace or for cooperation with communists, was subject to investigation, accusation, potential persecution. Einstein was a natural target. His pacifism, his internationalism, his advocacy for world government, his association with progressive causes, all made him suspect in the eyes of anti-communist crusaders. The FBI file on Einstein continued to grow. He was called a communist sympathizer, accused of disloyalty, described as a security threat. There were calls for revoking his citizenship, for removing him from the Institute for Advanced Study, for silencing his political activism. Einstein was not intimidated. He continued to speak out, to advocate for civil liberties, to defend those accused of communist sympathies, to challenge the hysteria that gripped America. When intellectuals and academics were called before congressional committees, forced to testify about their political beliefs, pressured to name others who had attended meetings or belonged to organizations deemed subversive, Einstein advised them to refuse cooperation, to invoke their constitutional rights, to resist the intimidation. This stance was controversial, made Einstein more unpopular with mainstream opinion, reinforced the perception that he was naive about communism, that he did not understand the Soviet threat. But Einstein believed that McCarthyism was more dangerous to American democracy than any external threat, that the suppression of dissent and the persecution of unpopular opinions undermined the values America claimed to defend. He would not be silenced by fear or by pressure to conform. He also continued to advocate for peace, for nuclear disarmament, for international cooperation. He participated in the Pugwash conferences, gatherings of scientists from both sides of the Cold War divide who met to discuss nuclear dangers and to promote dialogue between East and West. He signed the Russell-Einstein Manifesto in 1955, a document drafted by philosopher Bertrand Russell that warned of the dangers of nuclear war and called for nations to resolve conflicts through peaceful means. The Manifesto, Einstein's last public political statement, was released shortly before his death. It warned that nuclear weapons threatened human extinction, that war between nuclear powers would be catastrophic for civilization, that humanity had to choose between reason and annihilation. The Manifesto called for scientists to bear witness to the dangers, to educate the public, to press for policies that would reduce nuclear risks. It was Einstein's final effort to use his fame to promote peace, to warn of dangers that others preferred to ignore. But Einstein's scientific work during these years was increasingly disconnected from the mainstream of physics. He continued working on unified field theory, continued publishing papers outlining various approaches, continued believing that a classical deterministic theory could be found that would encompass both gravity and electromagnetism while eliminating quantum indeterminacy. None of these efforts succeeded. The approaches he explored were mathematically sophisticated but did not correspond to physical reality, did not make testable predictions, did not advance understanding. Meanwhile, the rest of physics moved forward without him. Quantum electrodynamics, the quantum theory of electromagnetic interactions, was developed in the late 1940s by Richard Feynman, Julian Schwinger, and Shinichiro Tominaga. The theory was extraordinarily successful, made predictions of astonishing precision, provided a complete quantum description of how light and matter interacted. It was everything Einstein's classical field theories were not: predictive, testable, confirmed by experiments to many decimal places. Particle physics was exploding, discovering new particles, building larger accelerators, exploring the structure of matter at ever smaller scales. Nuclear physics was revealing the forces that held atomic nuclei together, was developing theories of weak and strong nuclear interactions. Astrophysics was applying general relativity to cosmology, was discovering quasars and pulsars and other exotic objects, was using Einstein's equations to understand the universe's structure and evolution. Einstein contributed nothing to these developments. He remained focused on his quest for classical unification, isolated from the cutting edge of physics, regarded by younger physicists as a figure from the past whose current work was irrelevant. It was a lonely position for someone who had once been at the centre of physics, who had shaped the field's direction, who'd been recognized as the greatest physicist of his age. But Einstein did not change course. He worked until the end, filled notebooks with calculations, discussed ideas with assistants, maintained his conviction that a better theory existed, that quantum mechanics was incomplete, that nature at its deepest level was deterministic and incomprehensible. He did not succeed in finding that theory, did not vindicate his intuitions, did not produce work in his final decades that approached the importance of relativity or his early quantum papers, but he had already done enough. The theories he had developed in his youth, special and general relativity, the quantum theory of light, were sufficient to secure his place in history. The later work, unsuccessful though it was, reflected his commitment to understanding, his refusal to accept limits on what could be known, his belief that reason and persistence could penetrate the deepest mysteries. He'd spent his life asking questions, seeking answers, trying to comprehend the universe. That he did not answer every question did not diminish the questions he had answered, the revolutions he had initiated, the foundations he had laid. Chapter 23. The Unified Dream. In the final decade of his life, Albert Einstein's scientific work became increasingly solitary, abstract, disconnected from the physics that occupied most of his colleagues. While the physics community explored quantum field theory, particle physics, and nuclear forces, Einstein continued his decades-long quest for a unified field theory, a classical theory that would encompass both gravity and electromagnetism within a single mathematical framework. The quest had roots in Einstein's earliest work. Even before developing general relativity, he had wondered whether different forces might be manifestations of a single underlying reality. The success of general relativity, which described gravity as the geometry of space-time, suggested a path. Perhaps electromagnetism could also be understood geometrically as another aspect of space-time structure. If this could be achieved, then gravity and electromagnetism would be unified, shown to be different aspects of a single geometric field. Einstein had begun work on unification in the 1920s, shortly after completing general relativity. He had explored numerous approaches, tried various mathematical structures, published papers outlining promising directions, but each approach eventually failed, either unable to reproduce known physics or making predictions that contradicted observation, or simply becoming mathematically intractable. He had continued the quest through the 30s, through the 40s, into the 50s, through all the disruptions of exile and war and the distractions of fame. The work consumed thousands of hours, filled notebooks with calculations, produced dozens of papers, but it yielded no successful theory, no breakthrough, no vindication of the program. Einstein was aware of this failure, knew that his later scientific work was unproductive, but could not abandon the quest. Part of the difficulty was that Einstein's program was too narrow. He wanted to unify only gravity and electromagnetism, the two forces known in his youth. But by the 1940s and 50s, physicists had discovered two more fundamental forces: the strong nuclear force that held atomic nuclei together, and the weak nuclear force responsible for certain types of radioactive decay. Any complete unified theory would need to encompass all four forces, not just two. Moreover, Einstein insisted on a classical theory, a theory that described fields evolving deterministically according to differential equations, without the probabilistic elements of quantum mechanics. But by mid-century, it was clear that any fundamental theory had to be a quantum theory, had to incorporate the discrete energy levels, the wave-particle duality, the indeterminacy that characterized atomic and subatomic phenomena. Einstein's insistence on classical foundations meant he was looking for a theory that could not exist, at least not as a complete description of nature. His colleagues recognized this, understood that Einstein's program was misguided, that the unification of forces would require quantum field theory rather than classical geometry. They respected Einstein too much to criticize him publicly, but privately they regarded his continued work on classical unification as wasted effort. The stubborn pursuit of an impossible goal by a man who had once revolutionized physics but could not accept the direction the field had taken. Einstein's assistants during these years, Leopold Infeld, Banesh Hoffmann, Peter Bergman, Ernst Strauss, John Kemeny, Brurier Kaufmann, helped with calculations, checked mathematics, wrote up results for publication, but they rarely contributed original ideas, rarely challenged Einstein's approach or suggested alternative directions. Einstein dominated these collaborations, used assistants as calculational tools rather than as intellectual partners. The relationships were cordial but hierarchical, lacked the creative tension that produces breakthroughs. The papers Einstein published in the 40s and 50s outlined various attempts at unification, explored different mathematical structures, non-symmetric metrics, extensions of Riemannian geometry, modifications of the field equations. Each paper was technically sophisticated, demonstrated Einstein's continued mathematical ability, showed that he could still manipulate complex formalisms. But none of the papers produced a viable theory. They were explorations, not solutions, sketches of possibilities that ultimately led nowhere. Einstein knew this, acknowledged in private that the unification program had not succeeded, but he continued working because he believed the problem was important, because he could not imagine spending his remaining time on anything else, because persistence in pursuit of understanding was central to his identity. He was not working for fame or recognition. He had more than enough of both. He was working because the questions obsessed him, because he believed they were worth pursuing even if he never found the answers. His approach to physics had always been conceptual rather than mathematical, driven by physical intuition and thought experiments rather than by formal manipulation of equations. But the problems he was tackling in his later years required advanced mathematics, techniques from differential geometry and topology that were less intuitive, less connected to physical visualization. Einstein struggled with these techniques, often made errors, had to rely on assistants to correct mistakes. The gap between his physical intuition and the mathematics needed to express his ideas was wider than it had been in his youth, but he persisted. He worked every day in his study at 112 Mercer Street, filled pages with calculations, explored one approach after another. He corresponded with physicists who shared his interest in unification, though most such physicists were marginal figures, not part of the mainstream of physics. He maintained his conviction that quantum mechanics was incomplete, that a deeper classical theory existed, that nature at its fundamental level was deterministic and objective. This conviction isolated him scientifically. The quantum revolution had won, had proven its worth through countless successful predictions and technological applications. Quantum mechanics was the foundation of modern physics, the framework within which nearly all physical phenomena were understood. Einstein's opposition to quantum indeterminacy seemed increasingly like dogmatism, an inability to accept that nature was different from what he believed it should be. But Einstein's opposition was not unreasonable. He recognized quantum mechanics' empirical success, did not deny that the theory worked. He simply insisted that success was not the same as completeness, that a theory could make correct predictions while still being fundamentally wrong about the nature of reality. He believed that future physics would discover the deeper deterministic reality underlying quantum phenomena, that history would vindicate his skepticism. History has not vindicated him, at least not yet. Quantum mechanics remains the foundation of physics, and experiments continue to confirm its predictions, including the non-local correlations between entangled particles that Einstein found so troubling. The search for a classical hidden variable theory has been largely abandoned. Most physicists accept that quantum indeterminacy is fundamental, that nature at the smallest scales is irreducibly probabilistic. But Einstein's questions remain worth asking. What is the nature of quantum measurement? Why does observation cause wave function collapse? How do we reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity? These questions are still unresolved, still debated, still driving research in quantum foundations and quantum gravity. Einstein's insistence that physics should provide a complete objective description of reality continues to inspire those who believe that current theories, successful though they are not the final word. In his final years, Einstein continued working, continued calculating, continued believing that the unified dream might still be realized. He did not succeed. The theory he sought remained elusive, perhaps impossible, but the quest itself, the refusal to accept limits on understanding, the commitment to comprehending nature at its deepest level, reflected everything Einstein valued. He had spent his life asking questions. That some questions remained unanswered did not diminish the importance of asking them. Chapter 24, April 1955. The spring of 1955 found Albert Einstein in declining health, slowed by age and by the consequences of years of heart problems. He was 76 years old, had lived longer than many of his contemporaries, had witnessed the transformation of physics from the classical certainties of his youth to the quantum complexities of mid-century. He was still working, still filling notebooks with calculations, still pursuing the unified field theory that had eluded him for decades. But he was tired, aware that time was running out, resigned to the likelihood that he would not solve the problem that had consumed his final years. His daily routine continued, but with modifications for his limitations. He no longer walked to the institute every day, found the distance too taxing, worked increasingly at home in his study. His assistants came to him, brought books and papers, discussed physics and mathematics in the quiet of the Mercer Street house. Helen Dukas, his secretary, managed his correspondence, protected his time from intrusions, maintained the household routines. Margot, his stepdaughter, lived upstairs, provided companionship, cared for the house. Einstein's appearance had become iconic. The white hair, wilder than ever, the deeply lined face, the eyes that seemed both kind and knowing, the rumpled sweaters and casual clothes. Photographers still sought him out, though he rarely accommodated them. Children recognized him on the street, approached him, and he was always gentle with children, would stop to talk, to answer questions, to offer encouragement. He had become a figure of wisdom, a symbol of genius, a presence that reminded people that understanding was possible, that the universe could be comprehended. In early April, Einstein agreed to sign a manifesto drafted by Bertrand Russell, warning about nuclear dangers and calling for peaceful resolution of conflicts. Russell had sent the document to Einstein and to other prominent scientists, seeking signatures for what would become known as the Russell-Einstein Manifesto. Einstein signed it on April 11th, adding his name to a document that warned humanity of the choice between reason and catastrophe, that called for scientists to bear witness to the dangers of nuclear weapons, that insisted that survival required, abandoning war as a method of resolving disputes. The manifesto was Einstein's last public statement, his final effort to use his fame to promote peace. It reflected his lifelong convictions, that reason should guide human affairs, that violence solved nothing, that humanity's survival depended on cooperation rather than conflict. The statement was idealistic, impractical by the standards of realpolitik, dismissed by many as naive. But Einstein had never been concerned with being practical in that sense. He believed in stating truth, in articulating principles, in insisting that moral considerations should outweigh strategic calculations. On April 13th, Einstein experienced severe abdominal pain. His doctors diagnosed a ruptured abdominal aortic aneurysm, a bulging in the main artery from the heart that had burst internally. The condition was life-threatening, would likely be fatal without surgery. But surgery at Einstein's age was risky, the prognosis uncertain even with intervention. Einstein declined surgery. He had lived long enough, had accomplished what he could, was ready to accept death rather than undergo invasive procedures that might prolong life briefly but painfully. He was admitted to Princeton Hospital, made comfortable with medication, surrounded by family and close friends. He remained lucid, joked with visitors, asked for his calculations to be brought to the hospital. Even in his final days, he wanted to work, wanted to continue thinking about the problems that had occupied him. The notebooks were brought. Einstein worked on equations from his hospital bed, too weak to do much but unwilling to stop entirely. Hans Albert, his elder son, flew from California to be with him. The relationship had never been close. The emotional distance created by Einstein's failures as a father never fully overcome. But Hans Albert came, sat with his dying father, shared the final hours. They did not speak much. What could be said after decades of distance, after a lifetime of emotional absence? Hans Albert held his father's hand, offered the presence that perhaps meant more than words. On the evening of April 17th, Einstein spoke some final words in German to the nurse attending him. She did not understand German, could not record what he said. The words were lost, whatever thoughts or feelings Einstein wanted to express in his final conscious moments. Shortly after 1 a.m. on April 18, 1955, Albert Einstein died. The aneurysm had continued bleeding internally. His heart stopped. He was 76 years old. An autopsy was performed. The pathologist, Thomas Harvey, removed Einstein's brain without permission from the family, preserved it, kept it, believing that future study might reveal the physical basis of Einstein's genius. The act was unethical, a violation, but it happened nonetheless. The brain was sectioned, photographed, studied. No unusual features were found. Whatever made Einstein's mind extraordinary was not visible in the tissue structure, could not be located in the anatomy. Genius remained mysterious. Einstein's body was cremated as he had requested. The ashes were scattered at an undisclosed location, no grave marker erected, no shrine created. Einstein had not wanted to be memorialized, did not want his remains to become objects of veneration. He had lived for ideas, not for monuments. He wanted to be remembered for what he had discovered, not for where his body rested. The news of his death was reported globally. Newspapers carried obituaries summarizing his life and achievements, emphasizing his revolutionary contributions to physics, his role in the development of nuclear weapons, his advocacy for peace and justice. World leaders issued statements of condolence, praising Einstein's genius and his humanitarian values. The tributes were respectful, sometimes genuinely felt, sometimes perfunctory, the expected response to the death of a famous figure, but the most fitting tributes came from physicists, from those who understood what Einstein had accomplished, who recognized the magnitude of his contributions to human knowledge. They spoke of how he had transformed our understanding of space and time, of mass and energy, of gravity and light. They acknowledged that he'd been wrong about quantum mechanics, that his later work had been unproductive, but they insisted that these failures diminished nothing. The special and general theories of relativity alone would have secured his place among the greatest scientists who ever lived. The additional contributions to quantum theory, to statistical mechanics, to our understanding of Brownian motion and the photoelectric effect, only reinforced his stature. Albert Einstein was gone. The voice that had questioned everything, that had refused to accept authority, that had insisted on understanding nature at its deepest level was silent. But the ideas remained, encoded in equations, embedded in the structure of modern physics, shaping how humanity understood the universe. The patent clerk who'd reimagined reality had left behind a legacy that would endure as long as humans sought to comprehend the cosmos. Chapter 25. Aftermath. The immediate aftermath of Albert Einstein's death was administrative, practical, concerned with settling an estate and managing a legacy. His will was simple, uncontroversial. His modest possessions were divided among family members. His papers and scientific manuscripts were left to the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. His violin was given to his grandson. There were no great controversies, no disputed inheritances, no dramatic revelations. Einstein had lived simply, owned little, accumulated no fortune despite his fame. But the intellectual legacy was vast, complex, still unfolding. Einstein's theories had become foundational to modern physics, were being applied in ways he'd not anticipated, were revealing implications that he had not foreseen. General relativity, once considered an elegant but largely impractical theory, became essential to cosmology, to understanding the structure and evolution of the universe, to interpreting observations of distant galaxies, quasars, black holes, gravitational waves. In 1963, astronomer Martin Schmidt discovered that quasars were extraordinarily distant objects, billions of light-years away, emitting more energy than entire galaxies. The only explanation that made sense involved supermassive black holes, objects predicted by general relativity, regions where space-time curvature became so extreme that nothing could escape, where matter falling into the black hole released enormous energy as it was consumed. Einstein had been skeptical that black holes actually existed, thought they were mathematical curiosities rather than physical objects. But observations proved they were real, were common, were central to understanding how galaxies formed and evolved. In 1965, Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson detected the cosmic microwave background radiation, the afterglow of the Big Bang, providing powerful evidence that the universe had begun in a hot, dense state and had been expanding and cooling ever since. This discovery vindicated the Big Bang cosmology that emerged from general relativity, confirmed Einstein's equations describing a dynamic, evolving universe. Einstein had initially resisted this implication of his own theory, had introduced the cosmological constant to preserve a static universe. But the universe was not static, and Einstein's equations, applied correctly, had predicted the expansion that observations confirmed. Special relativity became essential to particle physics. Particle accelerators built after Einstein's death accelerated particles to speeds close to the speed of light, where relativistic effects were enormous. The behavior of these particles confirmed special relativity's predictions about time dilation, length contraction, the equivalence of mass and energy. E equals mc squared was demonstrated continuously in particle collisions where energy converted into particles and particles annihilated into energy, exactly as Einstein's equation described. Einstein's work on quantum theory, particularly his introduction of the photon concept, became foundational to quantum field theory, the framework that describes how particles and fields interact. Though Einstein never accepted quantum mechanics interpretation, his early quantum papers were recognized as pioneering contributions, essential steps in developing the theory. The photoelectric effect, for which Einstein won the Nobel Prize, became the basis for practical technologies: photocells, solar panels, digital cameras, devices that converted light into electricity or detected individual photons. But Einstein's later work, his quest for unified field theory, bore no fruit. The theories he explored did not lead to productive research programs, did not inspire followers, did not open new directions in physics. The unification of forces did eventually occur, but not through classical field theory as Einstein had hoped. Instead, physicists developed quantum field theories that unified the electromagnetic, weak, and strong nuclear forces into a single framework, the standard model of particle physics. Gravity remained separate, resistant to quantization, still described by general relativity as a classical field. The quest for a quantum theory of gravity, for a theory that would unify general relativity with quantum mechanics, continued after Einstein's death and remains unfinished. String theory, loop quantum gravity, other approaches have been proposed, but none has achieved consensus. None has made testable predictions that distinguish it from alternatives. The problem Einstein identified, that quantum mechanics and general relativity seem fundamentally incompatible, remains one of the central challenges in theoretical physics. Einstein's personal reputation evolved in the decades after his death. The hagiographic image cultivated during his lifetime, the benign sage, the gentle genius, the symbol of pure intellect, was complicated by historical research that revealed a more complex figure. Biographers examined his treatment of Mileva, his emotional distance from his sons, his relationships with women, his human failings and limitations. The more complete picture showed someone who was brilliant but flawed, capable of great insight and of emotional callousness, a scientific genius who was often a failure in personal relationships. His political legacy also became contested. His advocacy for nuclear disarmament, for international cooperation, for social justice, was celebrated by progressives but criticized by conservatives who saw his positions as naive, his willingness to engage with socialist ideas as dangerous. The FBI file on Einstein, released after his death, revealed the extent of government surveillance, the suspicions that his political activism had generated, the hostility that Cold War officials felt toward his internationalism and pacifism. But despite complexities and controversies, Einstein's scientific legacy remained secure. He had transformed physics twice, first with special relativity and his quantum papers in 1905, then with general relativity in 1915. These contributions alone established him among the greatest scientists in history, comparable to Newton, to Maxwell, to Darwin. That he did not succeed in finding unified field theory, that he was wrong about quantum mechanics' completeness, that his later work was unproductive, diminished nothing essential. What mattered was not that Einstein solved every problem, but that he asked the right questions, that he pursued understanding with relentless determination, that he showed what a human mind armed with reason and imagination could achieve. He demonstrated that reality was stranger than common sense suggested, that the universe operated according to principles that required genius to discover, that mathematical beauty and physical truth were connected in profound ways. Einstein's life spanned the transformation of physics from a classical science dealing with mechanics and electromagnetism to a modern science encompassing relativity, quantum mechanics, nuclear forces, and cosmology. He was central to that transformation, helped create the modern understanding of space, time, matter, and energy. The universe we now know, dynamic, curved, quantum, strange, is the universe Einstein helped reveal. He died before witnessing many confirmations of his theories, before seeing black holes imaged, gravitational waves detected, the Big Bang's predictions verified to extraordinary precision. But he had seen enough. He knew his theories were correct, had confidence born of mathematical beauty and conceptual coherence. Nature, as he famously said, was subtle but not malicious. The universe could be understood. Human reason could penetrate its mysteries. That conviction, maintained throughout his life despite obstacles and opposition, was Einstein's ultimate legacy. Not merely the theories he created, but the faith that creating theories was possible, that understanding was achievable, that reality yielded to patient and honest inquiry. Albert Einstein died in 1955, but his presence remains. Walk through any physics department, any science museum, any bookstore, and you will find him. His image, his equations, his words. The photograph with the wild white hair and the playful expression, tongue stuck out in defiance of dignity. The equation E equals mc squared, perhaps the only mathematical expression recognizable to millions. The quotes about imagination and curiosity and wonder, sometimes authentic, sometimes apocryphal, always circulating. He has become an icon, a symbol that transcends science, that represents genius itself, that embodies the power of human intellect to comprehend the cosmos. Children dress as Einstein for Halloween. Advertisers use his image to suggest intelligence. Einstein has become synonymous with brilliant, an adjective applied to anyone who demonstrates exceptional mental capacity. The transformation from man to symbol is complete, but symbols can obscure as much as reveal. The iconic Einstein, the benign sage with wild hair, bears little resemblance to the complex human being who lived for 76 years, who struggled and failed and succeeded, who was capable of insight and of blindness, of kindness and of coldness. The real Einstein was more interesting than the symbol, more human, more accessible. He was a man who spoke late, who rebelled against authority, who failed examinations and could not find work, who spent years in obscurity working in a patent office while developing theories that would revolutionize physics. He was not a savant blessed with effortless brilliance, but a persistent thinker who worked through problems systematically, who made mistakes and corrected them, who built understanding through sustained effort over years. He was someone who valued beauty, who played violin throughout his life, who found in music a complement to physics, an expression of the patterns and harmonies that governed reality. He was someone who loved sailing, who spent hours on lakes and rivers navigating boats, enjoying the combination of skill and serenity that sailing required. He was someone who walked, who thought while walking, who used physical motion to free his mind for conceptual exploration. He was also someone who failed in personal relationships, who could not provide the emotional support that spouses and children needed, who was absorbed in his work to the exclusion of almost everything else. His first marriage ended in bitterness. His sons were emotionally distant. His second marriage was functional but not passionate. He was lonely, isolated, unable or unwilling to achieve the intimacy that might have enriched his life. His scientific legacy is profound. Special relativity revealed that space and time are interwoven, that simultaneity is relative, that the speed of light is a cosmic speed limit, general relativity showed that gravity is the curvature of space-time, that massive objects bend space and slow time, that the universe is dynamic and evolving. These theories changed how humanity understands reality, revealed a universe stranger and more beautiful than anyone had imagined. His work on quantum theory, though he later rejected the theory's interpretation, was foundational. The photon concept, the explanation of the photoelectric effect, the analysis of Brownian motion, these contributions helped establish quantum mechanics, helped reveal that nature at the smallest scales is discontinuous, probabilistic, fundamentally different from the classical world of everyday experience. But Einstein's legacy extends beyond specific theories. He demonstrated a way of doing physics, starting from fundamental principles, using thought experiments and conceptual analysis, trusting mathematical beauty as a guide to truth. He showed that imagination mattered as much as technique, that asking the right questions was as important as answering them, that physics was ultimately about understanding rather than merely calculating. His life also demonstrates the cost of genius, the sacrifices required by single-minded devotion to understanding. Einstein achieved immortality through his science, but paid for it with personal happiness, with emotional connections, with the full human life that requires attention to more than equations. Whether the trade was worth it is a question each person must answer individually. But the trade was real, and acknowledging it humanizes Einstein, makes him someone whose example is inspiring but also cautionary. The equations remain carved into the structure of modern physics, foundational to technologies that shape contemporary life, GPS systems that account for relativistic time dilation, nuclear power that exploits E equals mc squared, quantum devices that rely on the photoelectric effect. Einstein's science is not abstract or remote, but present, active, shaping the world we inhabit. The questions remain too, the unfinished business of physics. How do we reconcile general relativity with quantum mechanics? What is the nature of dark matter and dark energy, the mysterious substances that dominate the universe's mass and energy? Is there a deeper theory underlying quantum mechanics, or is quantum indeterminacy truly fundamental? These questions, and others Einstein pondered, continue to drive research, to inspire physicists, to promise new revolutions in understanding. Albert Einstein showed that the universe is comprehensible, that human reason can penetrate its deepest mysteries, that the effort to understand is worthwhile even when understanding is elusive. He demonstrated the power of persistence, the value of questioning, the importance of following ideas wherever they lead regardless of consequences or conventions. He lived in an age of transformation, witnessed the collapse of classical physics and the birth of modern physics, contributed centrally to that transformation. He experienced exile, witnessed 2 world wars, lived to see nuclear weapons used, spent his final years warning of dangers that humanity had created and trying to prevent catastrophe. But through everything, he maintained his commitment to understanding, his conviction that nature's laws were discoverable, his faith that reason was humanity's best guide. That faith sustained him through disappointments and failures, through personal losses and political turmoil, through the isolation of his final years. The Peyton clerk who reimagined space and time, who revealed the equivalence of mass and energy, who showed that gravity is geometry, left behind more than equations. He left an example of what dedicated inquiry can achieve, of how much one person can contribute to human knowledge, of how reason and imagination can work together to illuminate reality. Albert Einstein is gone, has been gone for 70 years, but the universe he revealed remains stranger and more wonderful than the universe humanity knew before him. The light from distant galaxies bends as it passes massive objects, confirming his predictions. Time runs slower in strong gravitational fields, exactly as his equations say. Mass and energy convert into each other in stars and particle colliders, demonstrating the truth of E equals mc squared. The universe remembers Einstein in its structure, in the patterns of space-time, in the equivalence of mass and energy, in the quantum nature of light. These are not monuments built by human hands, but truths embedded in reality. Discoveries that will remain true as long as the universe exists. And perhaps that is the finest memorial, not a statue or a building or a named prize, but the knowledge itself, the understanding passed to future generations, the questions answered and the new questions opened, the contribution to humanity's long, slow journey toward comprehending the cosmos. Rest now, Albert Einstein. The equations are solved, the theories are confirmed, the revolution is complete. Your work endures, carried forward by those who followed, built upon by those who seek to extend understanding further, remembered by those who wonder about the universe and how we came to know what we know. The universe is strange and beautiful. You showed us why, and that finally is enough.